Let's get our first session started. Welcome to Housing in a Growing Region. I am your moderator, Josh Boucher. I'm a researcher with the Worcester Regional Research Bureau. So, if you travel just an hour away, you can find us. I am here with Shauna Siegel from the Cooperative Development Institute, Jesse Partridge Guerrero from the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, and Alexander Curley from the National Initiative on Mixed Income Communities, Case Western Reserve University. So I'm going to ask each of them to come up and talk about their research, and about 10 minutes per presentation, and then we can have quite a bit of audience engagement. So get your questions ready for the end of the panel. Shauna?
Hey everyone, can you hear me or? All right. So I'm talking today about a report that the organization I work with, the Cooperative Development Institute, did on income-restricted housing cooperatives or tenant-controlled developments in the city of Boston. Let's see if I can do this. So this was a collaborative project. It involved my organization, the Cooperative Development Institute, which does work throughout the Northeast, helping people to develop, start, and also continue to operate housing cooperatives or worker cooperatives or food cooperatives, so all kinds of different cooperatives. And I work in housing. So we were brought in to work with the Community Economic Development Assistance Corporation, or CEDAC, and the Mayor's Office on Housing. And we wound up working with 17 income-restricted housing cooperatives and tenant-controlled developments throughout the city of Boston. The project goals, we were brought in. The CEDAC and the Mayor's Office on Housing had a list of some 48 housing cooperatives or tenant-controlled developments that were income-restricted. Oh, okay, I have nowhere to tell. So they had a list of these and they hadn't kept track. There used to be a lot of services and a lot of support for these cooperatives, and then that kind of died off over different mayoral administrations. So there was a list and they wanted us to find out which ones still exist, which ones are income restricted, which ones are still have some aspect of tenant control. So we did that through phase 1, and then phase 2 of those that we found were still in existence, we were sent out to find out, to try and get a hold of board members, or members, but we focus mainly on board members, and try to find out from them what they wish they would have had, what supports they wish they would have had, what they still needed, and what they didn't need, and the successes that they've had. So the research process, we had started with a survey before we knew how many we'd be talking with. But we quickly found that people were a little reluctant to talk. And so we changed pretty quickly to participant-centered interviews, where open-ended interviews. In some cases, the board members would just talk the whole time, and we would try and get in questions here and there. And sometimes we asked questions, and we'd let the boards, we told them to answer the questions that they wanted to answer, steer the conversation how they wanted to steer it. We wanted to hear from them. They're the ones that live and breathe in these cooperatives, and they're the ones that are the experts. And so they did steer the conversations, and we learned a lot. Once we talked to boards, and sometimes with some, well, I'll get to that in a minute. We learned a lot. Once we talked to boards and board members, we wrote up summaries of what we heard, what we understood that they were saying, and gave those summaries back so that they could look over them and edit them, make changes, delete them, whatever they wanted to do, and then get them back to us before we started writing the report. So that we just wanted to make sure that we were understanding what people were saying. And then when we wrote the report, we used our knowledge, technical assistance knowledge, which is providing support to cooperatives throughout the Northeast, and our knowledge already of what some of the issues are, and also some sociological knowledge to do some analysis of the data that we collected. And so, the pros for this were, we learned a lot that we wouldn't have even thought of asking, because we let people lead the conversations and just steer it wherever they wanted. And then not everything was quantifiable, of course, because some boards talked about some things and other boards didn't talk about it. And that doesn't mean that it wasn't an issue for other boards. It just meant that the other boards are focusing on something else. So in all, we wound up speaking with 11 boards, having Zoom meetings with 11 boards of directors. And for some of those, we also had one-on-one conversations with board members in addition. And then we had phone conversations, but not meetings with the full board, with one or more board members of 6 additional boards. And we had more boards lined up, but we just ran out of time. We only had a few months to do this. We had 2 boards that turned us down, and some that we just didn't have time to reach in the study period. And we had an average of about a dozen communications or efforts to reach out and contact before we wound up with either a one-on-one conversation on the phone or a meeting with multiple board members. And that's sort of a quick map of the cooperative that participated. And so we have some major findings. I'm going to focus on this first part, and these slides are on the website, and the reports on the website of the Cooperative Development Institute if anyone wants to read more. But the first thing I wanted to focus on, and then I'll check in and see how much time I have, is the positive contributions that we found. And of course, we do cooperative development, so we know about a lot of the positive contributions. So this slide looks at, there's no third-party landlord that's making a profit. So the revenues that people pay in carrying charges go right into the cooperative, and they're only used to pay the basic required operating expenses of the cooperative. This leads to long-term affordable housing that provides stability, and it preserves equity, diversity in neighborhoods that are, a lot of these cooperatives felt were under threat with, rapid gentrification in Boston. But they're safe, their rents are fairly stable, and so, that's a good thing for them. And members elect the board of directors, and they have a lot of say. There's a lot of opportunity. In the larger cooperatives, it can become difficult. Not everybody always understands how things work, but members elect the board of directors, and they get to voice their opinions, and they get to push for change. So it gives a sense of self-determination, and also allows for community building that you might not see in other types of developments. Some of the things that we saw that weren't as obvious to us, even as cooperative developers, were the things that a lot of these cooperatives were doing in the cooperative space. So some had extra space where they decided to use it as a technology or computer center. Some had something where they made a community center or community room that people could reserve. And I'll talk in a minute about the uses of those things, how they use them to build community. In some cases, because there was a cooperative mindset in some cases, when people fell into hard times, in the small and also in the large cooperatives, not all of them, but some of them brought this up. When people fell into hard times, there were ways to give them some temporary relief. If somebody was having a surgery or something happened, to make sure that they had some temporary relief to stay on their feet, or to connect them with services if it was going to be more of a long-term issue for the member. And one of the cooperatives mentioned that they had, I think they stopped it for now, but they had been working with the city on a program. There were a couple units that they had that were reserved specifically for housing homeless people. So, when the units became available, they would work with the city to bring somebody in that needed a place to stay, maybe a family that needed a place to stay, and then they were a cooperative member. And so the ways that the spaces were used there were a lot of programs. There were computer classes, or just drop in. Anybody could come in and use the computers. They could use Office, if they needed to fax something or to copy something. And one cooperative talked about a youth and senior citizen mentoring program in the computer center where they could share information, and also a lot of different types of trainings that these cooperatives had. And then with the community spaces, one cooperative just had all this long list of things: movie nights for youth and family, a share your culture night where people would show up, there'd be some snacks, and somebody would talk about the culture that they came from, and then there could be questions and answers. Game nights for youth or families. And they also had discounted group outings, paid summer jobs for youth, skills for youth in identifying triggers, or coping with difficulties. How much time do I have? Need to move on quickly? 4 minutes? Oh, okay, great. So those were the findings that we didn't expect, some of those we didn't expect to have. And then we also talked to boards about what they needed, what things they wish they would have had, what things that they wanted to have now. And so these are some of the things that we found. A lot of them, about half of them were struggling with capital improvements and how to fund those. And so, looking for funding or having support, finding that funding and getting through that process. A lot of them were struggling with having difficulty with property managers. And we were told that the property management companies in Boston are large, they're very top down, and a lot of them, even though they work with cooperatives, they don't necessarily understand cooperatives. They want to sort of be running things in the properties where they are because that's the traditional landlord-tenant model, and they don't necessarily want to be accountable to boards of directors. So that led to some difficulties for a lot of the boards. Pretty much all of them talked about that. And with that were some problems with member selection. Sometimes those were because of HUD or Section 8, just placing people in the cooperatives, and so they didn't have the opportunity to really interview people and select people who wanted to be in a cooperative and who were interested in living cooperatively. And so sometimes people were put into the community or the cooperatives that just had no interest and didn't really understand the model and took an adversarial attitude towards the boards of directors. Member engagement, a lot of them needed assistance with member engagement, especially the larger ones. The boards of directors were volunteers. Everybody's a volunteer on the board of directors. They have their own jobs, their own lives, and if it's 178 units, it's difficult to get information out there. A lot mentioned equity building opportunities and difficulty navigating external relationships with agencies like HUD or other agencies. Everybody talked about their fears around the rampant gentrification that's happening in Boston. And even though they have these protected, they're in cooperatives, their rent's stable, their housing is stable, but there's fears that some realtor is going to come along and try to undermine them and take over their property. So that's a big fear for everybody. And we heard a lot that, and how much time do we have? Okay, we heard a lot about how there used to be, back in the 80s and 90s, where a lot of these cooperatives were being formed, there used to be a broad network of support where board members knew each other, and there were a lot of networking events, and people would get together and get to meet each other and know the advocates and know their city council people and know the elected officials. And that just sort of died over the last few decades, it sounds like, and nobody knows each other anymore. And so that training and support, support around governance, bylaws revisions, and things like that. And so we had some recommendations, and again, all this is in the report, so please feel free to reach out to me, or they'll search the website. But some of the recommendations were to increase funding for things like capital improvements, so that boards would have the ability to access that, and also technical assistance. A lot of technical assistance, help with revising governing documents, help with accessing funding. Pretty much help creating policies. And then, these were the last three just quick recommendations that we had. And pretty much most of the boards that we talked with thought that it was a good thing that these cooperatives were created, and they really thought that they wanted to see more, that this was a good type of affordable, stable housing that let people have some degree of control over their lives and their living situation. So that's the report again. My contact information is there if you need it. We're www.cdi.coop. If you want to look up the report, you can search around on the site. And that's what I got. So thank you.
Hi, everyone. I am Jessie Partridge Guerrero. I am the research manager at the Metropolitan Area Planning Council. Give me a moment to load my slides. Okay, MAPC, we are the regional planning agency for Greater Boston. I work in the data services department where we use data and technology to support informed decision making. And I'm going to talk about some research that we've been doing over the last 9 months or so to really dive into the experiences of tenants and households applying for emergency rental assistance throughout the COVID-19 pandemic era, and really the role that community-based organizations have played in supporting tenants access these funds. We had an amazing group of partners on this research and funders. So folks probably know these three organizations, but CHAPA, Citizens Housing and Planning Association, the Boston Foundation, United Way of Massachusetts Bay and Merrimack Valley. We are lucky to have Sarah Bartley, our project partner, in the room over here. So she'll be great during the discussion period. Also, a shout out to Carrie Nicole Dillman, who brought us together with these partners to do this research. We also brought together just an amazing group of stakeholders to really guide this research and inform our discussions and findings. We had 7 community-based organizations who were really on the ground supporting tenants, including the formidable La Colaborativa. So excited to hear from Gladys later. We had 4 regional administering agencies who are the agencies actually taking applications for emergency rental assistance, reviewing the applications, distributing funds. We also had some landlord representatives at the table, an academic policy expert, and we had some really fantastic discussions. Shout out to the team at MAPC that helped do all of this research. We had a cross-disciplinary team of housing experts, community engagement experts, research and data experts. We also were lucky to have Kim Lucas, BARI's own, serving as our qualitative research methods expert and advisor, really was a partner throughout the way and added so much value to this work. So why this research? Our partners, CHAPA, United Way, and TBF, really conceptualized the idea for this research. They had seen during the COVID-19 pandemic with the extreme sort of housing and economic instability and the response from government to expand state emergency rental assistance programs like RAFT and federal funds coming in for new programs to assist renters and homeowners stay in their homes. And also the bottleneck that happened trying to get all these funds distributed to the so many households across the state who needed it. They also observed community-based organizations really diving right in to help residents in their communities access these funds even though they weren't getting paid for it. And actually CHAPA led a grant program to fund community-based organizations, 22 across the state, to do this work, because they were doing it, they just weren't getting paid, sort of as a pilot for what it might look like to actually fund these organizations to do this work. And so they really stepped back and saw that we are at an inflection point in housing policy in the state now that we're coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. And now's the time to really reimagine a new normal for housing policy in Massachusetts. Our research questions for this work, there were 3 main categories. What was the role of CBOs? How did they help residents access these emergency rental assistance funds? What specific outreach and assistance strategies did they use and which ones were the most successful? And then what were the major challenges in getting and distributing emergency rental assistance funds? And how can these challenges be addressed through program and policy solutions? The research was broken into 2 phases. The first phase was bringing these stakeholders together, starting the discussion about what this research might look like, diving into a literature review, diving into some data, including household pulse survey from the census that asked questions about households who were behind on rent or mortgage, households that had applied for funds like RAFT and others. We also had survey data from the program that CHAPA funded, so 22 CBOs across the state were helping residents and providing data to CHAPA on a monthly basis about the households they were helping. So that was really valuable information to review. We brought some of our findings back to our stakeholders and talked about next steps, which was a qualitative research phase, which I'll talk about in a minute. But first, just 2 major findings from our data analysis. First, from looking at the household pulse survey, which was statewide, we can see this incredible demand or potential demand for emergency rental assistance and mortgage assistance. In blue on this chart shows the share of households who responded to the pulse survey who were behind on rent or mortgage. So you can see very high rates of being behind among Asian, Hispanic and Latinx, Black and African American households. In yellow, these are the share of households that actually applied for assistance, emergency assistance. And so there's these large gaps, in particular among Asian households. Less than 5% of Asian households actually applied for rental assistance, despite 25% being behind on rent or mortgage. Similar for Hispanic and Latinx, and similar for Black and African American. And we also see a gap among white households. So across the board, there was more demand for these kinds of assistance than folks that were applying, which highlights one big challenge. From the CBO survey that CHAPA collected, one of the questions they asked was, what are the barriers that you're facing as applicants to trying to get these funds? And the two biggest challenges folks faced were immigration status and uncooperative landlords. And these responses really made us think, like, why? So in particular for RAFT, it's explicitly stated in the program that documentation on immigration status is not necessary, or on citizen status is not necessary. We don't need to know. So why are folks still not applying or still having trouble applying? And then uncooperative landlords, why would landlords not want to participate and support their tenants in getting funds to sort of pay back potentially thousands of dollars worth of back rent? So these were some of the early questions we had that we were able to really dive into on the why behind these with our stakeholders and through focus groups. So that was the second phase. We did 8 focus groups, one with our CBO stakeholders, one with regional administering agencies. There's 13 in the state, each serving a different region. We did one with landlords, and then we did 5 with tenants who had worked with CBOs to apply for these funds, one in English, one in Spanish, Portuguese, Haitian Creole, and Mandarin. And these conversations really added so much depth to our questions and to the solutions that we have ultimately come to. For example, on the immigration status question, why was immigration status a challenge for folks if it was not a requirement for the RAFT application? Well, what we learned pretty early on talking with our CBO partners is that even though RAFT says immigration status is not needed for the application, folks who are undocumented, their immigration attorneys were actually advising them not to apply because of a public charge rule if they are to apply for citizenship later on. The public charge rule by the federal government says, accepting aid from the government could, work against you in your application to become a citizen. So they were getting this legal advice. Now, at the end of 2022, the federal government actually issued a change to that rule saying COVID-era aid won't count against you, but that was a little bit too late for so many households in the state that actually didn't apply for that reason. Also, I just want to share some quotes. One of them speaks to the second issue on uncooperative landlords. One of our tenant focus group participants said, "My landlord's family is very much against submitting the W-9 form. Because of this, I can't proceed. I still can't get the relief." So in order for RAFT and these other programs to distribute funds directly to landlords, they needed their W-9 information just for tax purposes. A lot of smaller landlords that we heard through these conversations were very wary to provide their tax information or social security numbers because they didn't want them to be mishandled. Other issues folks ran into with their landlords, they were out of the country and just not responsive. Or for whatever reason, if they didn't have a lease with their landlord, some of the landlords didn't want to actually produce official documentation that the tenancy was occurring. So there were several participants just in our focus groups who actually couldn't ever apply or get support from RAFT. And one of our recommendations coming out of that is, why not just verify with the tenant that they have this housing need and pay them directly? And there are some logistical challenges with that, but we think it's really important that DHCD, the state agency that administers this program, really think creatively, because those tenants who haven't been able to apply are some of those with the greatest need. so many amazing quotes. I'm not going to read them because I don't have a ton of time, but another major finding from our focus groups was just really the value and the nuanced value that community-based organizations bring to this space. In a lot of cases, actually, and in particular La Colaborativa, they have relationships with landlords in their communities. These small landlords, maybe they don't speak English, maybe they are new to the country, and CBOs were able to act as mediators between tenants and landlords to actually bring them both through the process in a positive way. They also just know what's going on in their own communities and can bring insight into the process. They can talk to the RAAs that they're working with about why certain things aren't working or aren't happening. And so one of our major recommendations is that actually CBOs and regional administrating agencies and tenants and landlords should all be part of the design of programs and policies in order to make them efficient and effective for those actually impacted by the policies. I don't have time to go through all of our recommendations, and we will be releasing these recommendations May 25th. The announcement for a webinar for releasing these will be coming out from the Boston Foundation on Tuesday, so if you're on their listserv, take a look out for it. The major themes of our recommendations: one, remove excessive barriers to access. There were many. We focused on some key issues that we heard come up over and over, including landlord documentation, including the requirement for a notice to quit, which I don't have time to get into, but a big barrier, including just language access. Two, increase the capacity of the program and partners. So as you could see from that first chart I showed, there is incredible need for this kind of assistance. COVID is over, maybe, question mark, but there's still this incredible need. Housing prices continue to rise. Unemployment isn't back to where it was before the pandemic. So the program needs to really step up and with some of the efficiencies from our recommendations to make the program run smoother, more households will be able to apply and need this assistance. We also are recommending that CBOs be formalized in the process, that they be paid at the level they need to sustain staff to do this work, and that the regional administrating agencies be paid so they can do training, so they can work with the CBOs, et cetera. Improve the transparency of the program. We are asking that DHCD actually just publish program and outcome data and findings so that we can continue to evolve the program. And then build relationships. There are a lot of different actors. We brought many stakeholders to the table and had some, at times tough, but really productive conversations, and we think that should be just part of the ecosystem moving forward. We also had a number of recommendations that came up that were a little bit outside of our scope, but more broadly on needs for housing stability in the state. A few final reflections just about this work. Doing this kind of mixed methods research with quantitative and qualitative data is new for us at least for my team at MAPC. We do a lot of quantitative. This is one of the first projects we've really dived in with qualitative research, and we learned so much. The biggest takeaway is just really talking with the people experiencing policies and programs is essential for building strong and effective systems. This should be part of our new normal. I think really Geeta's remarks this morning really spoke to that. There's incredible value that we experienced having a diverse stakeholder group. We did have some hard conversations and we did have to compromise at times, but ultimately all of our stakeholders shared the ultimate vision of making this program better and more effective for the residents who need it. Taking a mixed methods approach really can highlight major cross-cutting themes, but it can also uncover findings and the reasons behind the findings that might not emerge otherwise. And I think I'll stop there just in the interest of time, but we learned a lot of sort of like logistical lessons along the way as well. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for this invitation to share my findings from this very interesting project that I completed. Please let me know if you can't hear me. My voice is going. I've got allergies going, just wave and I will know that I need to speak louder. So the title of the project was Cambridge Residents' Experiences with Inclusion and Bias in Inclusionary Housing. I am working with the National Initiative on Mixed Income Communities, which is in the Mandel School for Social Sciences at Case Western Reserve University, which is in Cleveland, Ohio. I'm actually Boston-based. We are a unique organization in that we focus entirely on promoting equitable and inclusive communities. You can see some of the types of work that we do. We work with residents, community groups, housing agencies, cities, etc. The study team included myself, our founding director, Mark Joseph, Taryn Gress, Charisse McKinney, and Jacob Rivera. My co-PI was Judith Gagne from Boston University School of Social Work, and we contracted with a survey research team and to implement the survey that we conducted. And this survey firm is called RSS, or Research Support Services. I want to just mention that, we couldn't do this and learn everything that we learned without the openness and honesty of residents who really spoke to their experiences, their insights on some very personal issues. We also had to collaborate deeply with the City of Cambridge Community Development Department. This is the division that implements inclusionary housing. We implemented the study during the pandemic, so it required a lot of collaboration. So what is inclusionary housing? Can I just get a show of hands of people who feel like they know what inclusionary housing is? All right, good. This is a housing group, but let me explain to many of us who aren't that familiar with it. Inclusionary housing or inclusionary zoning is a strategy that requires developers of new construction housing to build or reserve a proportion of their new units for households that are low income or moderate income. So it's a strategy to develop affordable housing. It is also promoted as a strategy to build and sustain economically and racially integrated communities. In Cambridge, the inclusionary housing policy kicks in for developments that are going to be 10 units or more, or that involve 10,000 square feet or more living space. And Cambridge, right now, I believe, is at like the 20% mark. So 20% of the new units need to be reserved as affordable. Why did we do this study? So Cambridge actually has one of the oldest and largest inclusionary housing programs in the country, with over 1,000 rental and homeownership units built through the program. And the city was hearing some anecdotal accounts from residents living in the affordable units that where they felt that they were being treated differently than the other residents in their community or in their buildings. And so the city invested in this project to learn more. They wanted to find out, is this really going on at a large scale? What kinds of bias are people experiencing, and to what extent? And is it different for those in the affordable units versus those in the market rate units in those buildings? So we conducted a telephone survey, and it was in 3 languages in addition to English. It was very comprehensive. It included a whole range of topics, but today I'm just going to touch upon the 2, sense of community and bias and differential treatment. We had renters and homeowners, those in the affordable units as well as those in the market rate units. And the bottom bullet is actually another comparison group that I don't have time to delve into today, but it involved residents living in all affordable developments owned by nonprofits in the city. So the main point of this slide really is to show that there were high rates of neighborhood satisfaction across the board of all residents in all the housing groups that we looked at. So 87% of those in the affordable rental units indicated they were satisfied with their neighborhood. 93% of the market rate residents said the same thing. and 88% of the all affordables, and then you can see the owners also had high rates. So what did we learn about sense of community and inclusion or sense of belonging? This slide presents 4 of the 12 items on something called the Sense of Community Index. It's one of several measures that we use to try to tap into this idea of sense of community and belonging and inclusion. The dark blue bars represent the renters in the affordable inclusionary units. The gray represents the owners. So this side just is focusing on all of the affordable inclusionary housing residents that we surveyed. And the key finding really is that most residents feel at home in their building or complex, which is great. 93% of owners and 78% of renters indicated they feel at home in their buildings. The rest of the other 3 bullets I won't read for sake of time, but you can see that there's some differential where owners tend to have a stronger sense of community, not just on this index, but some other variables that we looked at. So what about bias and differential treatment or social exclusion? How did we measure this? We used one measure called the Everyday Discrimination Scale, or the EDS. It was developed by David Williams at Harvard. It includes 8 types of biases, and we asked about, for each of them, we asked, in the past year, in your building or your housing complex, how often did you experience the following? And so we asked about the frequency. We also asked about the reasons. So why do you think that you were treated this way? We also asked about the source. Who was involved in this incident? Who were the primary people, conducting the acts of bias? So again, focusing just on the residents in the affordable inclusionary units, this slide shows that the percent who reported experiencing at least one of the 8 items of bias at different points in time or different levels. So first, we have 49% who experienced no bias in the past year in their buildings. Wonderful. 11% indicated they experienced bias, at least one of the 8, but it was less than once a year. Excuse me. 40%, however, indicated that they experienced at least one of the 8 biases a few times a year, up to almost every day. So now we can compare those residents in the affordable inclusionary units with those in the market rate units. So this chart shows 4 of the most common types of biases experienced at least a few times a year. And it gives a sense of some of the questions on that scale that we used, the Everyday Discrimination Scale. The dark blue bars are the affordable inclusionary housing renters that we surveyed, compared to the green bars, which are the market rate renters that we surveyed. So, for example, the first item is people acted as if they were better than you. 29% of the affordable renters said that they experienced this, compared to 10% of the market rate owners. And you can go down the list and see that, people were treated with less courtesy, with less respect than other people in their buildings. People acted as if they were not, as if they thought you were not smart. These are the types of items that we asked about. And you can see that for most of them, there's a significant gap between the 2 groups, with market rate residents experiencing these things to a much lesser degree than the affordable inclusionary housing residents. So this slide shows the same exact items, but instead of renters, it looks at the owner group. So the gray bars represent the affordable inclusionary housing owners. The yellow represents the market rate owners. And what you see is a similar pattern. The gaps are even larger for this group, where the affordable inclusionary housing residents are experiencing these biases to a much greater degree than the market rate owners. So these are the 5 most frequently cited reasons that residents identified for having experienced the bias. race, being an IHP participant, or housing status, so being in this inclusionary housing program, having children, income level, and gender. We also asked who were the main, the primary people involved in the bias, so who was committing these acts of bias. And what we found is for renters, the dark blue bars, property management staff were cited in 59% of the cases, compared to 22%, excuse me, 22% of owners. Owners, on the other hand, experienced, well, that sounds terrible. They experienced bias more often from residents. And for both groups, when they mentioned residents, we asked, do you know if this was a resident in a market rate unit or an inclusionary affordable unit? And almost across the board, they said it was a resident in a market rate unit. So this is a summary of the findings. And I think I'll just point out that residents of affordable inclusionary housing units experience significantly greater frequency and exposure to bias than residents of the market rate inclusionary housing units. I won't read the rest because my voice is going. I have papers or reports and executive summaries if anybody's interested. Thank you so much for listening.
I just want to say thank you to our three panelists, Shauna, Jesse, and Alexandra. And I want to ask, is our provocateur in the audience? All right, so we have some time for audience engagement, and we have about 40 minutes. So what we are thinking, and we would have done this with tables, but of course there are no tables in here, so we can't do that. We're going to ask our panelists to spend 15 or so minutes to just kind of work the room, to walk around, ask questions. You can ask questions of the panelists, and then we'll spend the rest of the time with a general audience Q&A. Queue up some questions, have a chance to talk to each of the panelists about their projects, and then we can do the question and answer for the rest of the session. Sound good?
Okay, so buenos días, buenas tardes. My name is Gladys Vega. I'm the executive director of La Colaborativa. And as I was sitting in the back looking at the slideshows, I kept thinking, wow, this all sounds amazing in terms of the mixed housing, what we're hoping to do for people that need affordable housing, especially, in an era after a pandemic, right? But the concerns that we have, we recently went through a project in Chelsea with the public housing, Central Avenue housing projects, and it was an amazing project where you have 94 apartments and a private developer with help of the state creating and renovating apartments for mixed use. And at the beginning, we were like, how do we know that you're bringing those tenants back, that if you are doing the relocation, what guarantees that those tenants that lived in public housing for so long are going to come back to a luxury apartment? And does that mean that those luxury apartments will be, the 94 apartments will be all fancy as the ones on this end? Or is it going to be the A building very beautiful and the B building where the poor people are, is it going to be sort of like downgraded? All those concerns, we brought them from the beginning, although at the beginning we were not invited to the meetings. We were forced into the meeting. So, and the way that we forced ourselves into the meeting was basically telling the tenants, hey, you guys are getting this market rate development opportunity here. We need to figure out how we can help you organize and learn about your rights in this process so that you can have a say on the future of your housing. Because if you're not into it, if you're not here sitting there in the beginning, we don't know what's going to happen. So we work very close with Greater Boston Legal Services. In our office, Nori Elise was the tenant organizer, and she helped convene a group of tenants so that the tenants can say La Colaborativa will be representing them in this process. So the city of Chelsea, they've already voted for the project. It was amazing. And then presenting it to the tenants was like, the way they were presenting it to the tenants was private meetings, in a flyer, not door knocking, not really engaging the community. And my thought process immediately, yeah, you don't want them to have a say. That's why you're doing everything real quickly, putting flyers up without announcing it, heavy duty announcement. So we would take the flyers and we would go door knocking, including myself. I went door knocking in this public housing just to explain what the process was like and why was it important for them to show up to that meeting. So we show up to the meeting with the tenants. We organize approximately, there's 94 families. We probably had like over, I want to say 88 individuals. So by far the vast majority of the people attended. And we did this within 2 days when one person saw the flyer of the invitation and called La Colaborativa and said, Gladys, this is happening, the meeting's on. So we immediately, that's why I was like, I had like 2 or 3 staff members. I'm like, I'm going with you guys. You take one building, I'll take the other one. And we made it happen. And when we showed up, the first thing that the city and the housing authority and the developers did was like, and you guys are, and we're La Colaborativa, and they're like, this is a meeting amongst the tenants and the city. And we're like, well, no, we have a tenant council. The tenants are here. And then the tenants wave, hey, come, we're here. And we're like, we're representing the tenants. They have every right to have an organization advocating for them. And we were allowed to force ourselves in, right? Allow, but forcing ourselves in. So anyway, so we went to the meeting, and from there, it was instrumental. And one of the concerns that I have here, I see this presentation, very well done, love it, but what now, right? What happens with the advocacy? What happens with this marriage of 2 projects, public and private, getting together to make sure that these isms that we see in this, presentation don't happen, and if they're happening, how are we making more? How are we addressing it? How are we helping? Because from the beginning, in our, if only the people, the daughter of the developer were here at the beginning, I wanted to kill. Sorry, no violent, but I wanted to kill the developers, right? And every time I would see her in meetings, I was like, how hard, and she's like me, she has this beautiful attitude, and I'm like, I hate her just because she kept saying, if they have a bad lease, we don't want them. You have to understand that we want only the good tenants. And I'm like, what do you mean you want only the good tenants? You have 94 tenants, they all have lease, that's what you're gonna get. Like, and for us, it was like, people don't get to choose. So, and then little by little, we kept having lots of meetings, and we worked our relationship up, and we worked the relocation of the tenants from the get-go. Imagine relocating 94 tenants. And this all happened also during the pandemic. So during the pandemic, we were paying for hotels to put people in hotels, while we knew that the housing authority had many apartments empty because they were saving them as they were trying to relocate these tenants. So we were having lots of challenges. It's one of those challenges that you want to do the right thing, but the right thing at this right moment is not the right thing. So we were also having those challenges. So I just have to highlight the fact that when we think of development, let's make sure that we think of how we think along the way, so la trayectoria, how long are we thinking about? Like, for example, my biggest fight at the beginning with Greater Boston Legal Services that we worked so hard with Lauren was to make sure that the 99-year lease was given to each tenant before the groundbreaking. Like, we wanted to make sure that those tenants in that public housing project had a 99-year lease. Because even if you don't want me, because in the future, like, I'm not good as a tenant, and the property manager finds ways that I am not good, that apartment remains for that other family that is low income to live there. She qualifies for public housing. She deserves that beautiful apartment. Also, we needed to make sure that they didn't divide up the members. At the beginning, they were not talking. They didn't want to disclose of what were their plans to merge the two, like the market rate and the regular public housing. And we were like, I'm sorry, you're not doing an A or a B building. This is mixed housing all over. I don't want you to feel that you're identifying this building versus this one. This is Chelsea. You're in our neighborhood and you're getting taxpayers' money. This is the way we need to do it, and you need to do it right for the community members that have lived here in so horrible, horrible conditions. Because Central Avenue project were like the worst. All of our public housing is very despair conditions, but this one in particular, horrible. So now that they have access to this opportunity, let's figure out a way, because one of the worries for me is like, what now? Where's the advocacy? How property managers and tenant councils are gonna work together? Who's gonna advocate? I'm telling you, during the pandemic, I was taking food to one of the elderly housing in one of our affluent communities. Some of those individuals live in what is called Admirals Hill. And at the beginning, when people bought condominiums there, this is a huge neighborhood, and people bought condominiums there, some of the residents would put Admirals Hill zip code 02150. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know that was a city. I thought Admirals Hill is part of Chelsea. It's a neighborhood of Chelsea. So we kept highlighting, hey, sweetheart, you don't live in Admirals Hill. You live in Chelsea, Massachusetts. If you don't want to use the city name, then move, because we don't want you here. Anyway, so those are the things that we need to figure out. We want people to own it. And I really believe that mixed income is the way to go, right? But not at the backs of poor people that are surviving, that are being gentrified. And also, many people that buy many of these condominiums y con mucho respeto, with a lot of respect, because maybe I have one of the residents here, being extremely respectful, but get involved. I mean, we're not horrible people. We are people of color that own the city, that love the city, that have chosen Chelsea as our city, but get engaged. I mean, we have people that literally use Chelsea as a hotel. You know, you go to One North, many of those people don't, a luxury apartment, over 240 units of apartments, and it was part of these, tax breaks and stuff to build more housing and inclusionary zoning, so that there's a few apartments, but people don't get involved. And when we go there, even when we go door knocking for vaccinations, getting people, they look at you like you're from Mars, you're from, an alien or whatever. Like, you're in a city, make that commitment to your city and get involved. And if you're in a building living like in mixed use, and you feel like your neighbor, you're not engaged with the neighbor, get together with them, like engage in community opportunities. We tried our hardest to do that. But I'm telling you, as you think of building housing, as you think of creating these programs or having oversight of this program, think of all those things. You know, I always tell my community members, even my family members, that really think that, I'm not gonna get it. I had an uncle, Tio Rosario. I never forget about him. Every time I would say, Tio Rosario, can you please register to vote? Your nephew is running for political office, Juan Vega. My cousin is running for political office. Can you run? He's like, I'm not voting in the United States. I'm Puerto Rican. I'm voting in Puerto Rico. They don't let us vote from here over there, so relax. So make it happen for today, for where you are. And I think that that's what we need to encourage. We need to encourage full participation. We need to make sure that we have oversight and that the advocacy in these programs and policies are always being seen in review, because chances are that if we look to the side, those things are not gonna happen. We don't have the luxury to do that. Right now, our housing situation in Chelsea, it's pretty much people living in overcrowded conditions. Like, you don't rent an apartment. A family of 3, a family of 4, they rent a room. If you see our youth video on YouTube, you have a young person that works for me. She's showing you her apartment. The apartment has 3 different refrigerators in one apartment that has 3 bedrooms. One of the refrigerators for my Aunt Carmen, mi primo Colón and his wife and his 2 kids. That's how she explains the video. So if you have a chance, take a look at it, because that is the situation of our families. Overcrowding at its best. During the pandemic, 22 people were displaced in a 2-bedroom apartment, and we needed to put them in hotels. That was horrible for us. You know, as we think of housing also, I think of a program that I like a lot in Massachusetts is Caritas. Caritas is a housing program where there's a master or super in each floor, very small in Chelsea, but a master in each floor, and they rent rooms with you know, your bed and stuff and common kitchen. You know, Chelsea is a community of young men. Many of them are single. Like I always think, when we think housing, come to our city, do focus groups, and tell me how you want to design things, and we'll help you. We'll help you get it done. But make sure that when we're thinking of housing, let's think about creative ways for housing, because our community is ready. We have nowhere to live. We are being pushed out completely out of our city. Our proximity to Boston has penalized the residents that built Chelsea. I have members of my community that when I was 33 years ago, 22, when I was 22 and I began organizing, they were with me organizing in the streets. And now they're living in Lynn, or they're living in una de ellas se mudó para Methuen. One of them moved to Methuen, very active, because they couldn't afford Chelsea. My family members, right? We always say we're never going to get out of Chelsea because we cannot afford anyone else, anywhere else. My cousin just bought a house in Saugus. And I'm like, how did you make that? He says, it's cheaper than Chelsea. And I'm like, what the hell? So imagine, so, you know, when you think about housing and affordable programs and stuff, think about the mix of people that we have. Think about going to our neighborhoods. Think about sitting down with the neighbors. Let's go to the park. Let's have conversations with families where they are at. And let's make sure that we create housing for the real people that need it. And if we have to mix it like we did here and like we did in Central Avenue, let's make it sure that there's an advocacy component with a policy oversight so that we don't continue to be marginalized. Gracias, eso es lo único que quería decir. Thank you. And by the way, the project with the Central Avenue is going well. They recently they began to do the construction, and during the summer, it was the first time that I actually hugged each member of the family of the developers without wanting to kill them, because we got everything that we wanted them.
Thank you, Gladys, so much for your grenade throwing and for the advocacy that you do for the residents of Chelsea. With the remaining time, we have about 10 minutes or so. I'd just like to open it up to audience question and answer. If you have a question for any of our panelists or for Gladys, we would love to hear from you. There are microphones. We do ask that you ask the question into the microphone for our online viewers. So are there any questions for any of the presentations we've seen today?
Thank you. Sorry. I have a question for, I guess, Jesse and Kelly, I believe, from the Case Western. What was your experience kind of exploring mixed methods and qualitative processes for the first time? We're exploring some ourselves, and would just be curious to hear any pratfalls you ran into, or things that you might be able to communicate to us about very, good interview processes and things of that nature.
Hi, thank you for the question. Yeah, so this really was one of the first times we've done some qualitative research at the agency, but we haven't done it on such a large scale and sort of in this intentional mixed methods way before. I think so many lessons that we learned. Some of it depends on who you're trying to engage through your process, but really having the stakeholder group was foundational so that we could run ideas by them, run the data findings by them to make sure the questions that we were thinking about asking in the focus groups both were informed by the data, but also were sort of vetted by the stakeholders and their experience in the field that we were researching. We spent quite a bit of time sort of matching our focus group questions to our research questions, making sure the questions were accessible, not too academic. What we found, and that worked pretty well with our conversations with community-based organizations, regional administering agencies, and landlords. When we actually went to our tenant focus groups, in some cases, well, one thing we did was we decided to have all of our non-English focus groups facilitated in language. So we didn't have interpreters. We had a facilitator who spoke the language, in many cases came from the community-based organization we were working with, or was a close sort of interpretation translation partner of theirs. And they facilitated the questions. When possible, we had staff from MAPC who spoke that language in the room so they could pose follow-up questions or clarify. That was really successful. When we didn't have somebody from our staff who was fluent in the language, we ran into some challenges, mostly driven by the fact that we didn't vet our tenant focus group questions as closely as we should have with our stakeholder partners, especially those who, for the language groups. But some found that the questions were, even though we tried to make them less academic, we are certainly biased, and they could have been more accessible. I was talking about this with the group over here, but we, in retrospect, should have spent more time just allowing our tenant participants to tell their stories. We really focused on diving into the questions to make sure we kept the time tight, because we didn't want to take up people's times. But everybody we've worked with through this process is so passionate about the emergency rental assistance, about the challenges they faced, about the ideas they have to improve the program. And they actually, I think what we found is that they wanted to give more of their time in order to be heard. So I think that's something really important to consider. And I was also saying this to Carrie Nicole, but if we had more space to iterate back to the data and then do follow-up interviews, one or two more rounds of that process would have really added value. Maybe that's something we can continue to do as we push for legislative change in this area. Anything to add?
Is this on? Yeah. So I'm just thinking about Gladys's provocation about really bringing advocacy to the center of this work. Because, I know Gladys for many years, and she doesn't separate service from advocacy or advocacy from organizing. It's all one thing. It's all something we bring together. However, when we talk about collaborative community-based research, we tend to lead with the transactional stuff. The easy fixes and stuff like that. So one of my questions, and since one of the wonderful threads in all of these presentations was this notion of, you did ask questions about engagement, about participation, how to bring the residents' voices up and elevate that, and how to engage them in a conversation. So what I'd love to hear is, how are you, what would any of the researchers done differently to really bring the residents and integrate more of the advocacy work moving forward, to use this as kind of a fulcrum for the advocacy as a space to do that. So Gladys, you told the story of how, hey, let's, everything is a moment for learning and education and engagement. You don't separate the two, but in the research stuff, we often do. So I'd love to hear kind of what we could have done differently. And I'm thinking about, Matthew Desmond in his new book that come out. He's making the rounds on the book circuit. And what he says is, we have these wonderful tools to deal with wealth and to deal with housing policy and stuff like that. And we learned from the pandemic, but we failed because we're not moving forward, because we don't have the advocacy muscle like an organization like Chelsea Collaborative and all of our communities. Not all these communities have a Chelsea Collaborative to set an agenda. So researchers, what would you have done differently to bring that conversation, to elevate it and center it more in the work like Gladys has suggested?
Is this on? Oh, yeah. So I'll just follow up a little bit. The Cooperative Development Institute, we help develop cooperatives and support cooperatives throughout the Northeast. So that's primarily what we do. It was really fun to do this research project, but now what we're doing is doing technical assistance through the mayor's office and CDAC, providing technical assistance to those cooperatives in the city that are interested in having it. And we're trying to rebuild the network that people were talking about, how they used to have it and they really want it. And there's some groups here, some people here that I've already seen from City Life and different organizations that want to be involved in helping support these cooperatives and build them up and ensure that they're successful.
I'm going to pass it to Sarah Bartley from United Way.
Yeah, oh, this one. Okay, I just wanted to add to your question. So I was in, is this one better? Okay. I just wanted to add to that one. I think thinking about, where's the person? There you are. So I think thinking about the life cycle of a project and having relationships at every stage in the life cycle is really important. So I would just say, like, this particular project wouldn't have come about if it wasn't for our desire to advocate. Right? So we had been, at United Way, had been distributing rental assistance from the very beginning, within a week of the pandemic sort of announcement. And we had been working in collaboration with folks like Gladys' organization to do One Chelsea Fund, to do other kinds of rental assistance, and specifically targeting it. And because we knew the need was there, right? And philanthropy can get out ahead of government public assistance, right? So we had been doing that in the community, and we saw that rental assistance was going to become available, not at the like $10 million a year kind of level we're used to, but hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of federal money was going to be available. And so we knew, not because we're smart, but because of relationships, that there were going to be people in Chelsea who would not get access to this money. Because for some reason, we think we can rely on Google Translate to run public applications for $10,000 of rental assistance. Completely unacceptable, right? Unacceptable. And so I would say it was the relationships that we knew the need to advocate because the relationships were there and we were doing the advocacy. So it's not like advocacy comes at the end, it comes at the beginning, and the research really grew out of the desire to advocate. So I would just say, we wouldn't be here and we wouldn't be doing this with MAPC if it hadn't been for the shared desire and relationships across Boston Foundation and United Way and CHAPA, who are already trying to advocate and already trying to do what the community needed. And if it weren't for La Colaborativa talking to us and saying this is what the community needs, and really working with us to design it from the beginning. So relationships all the way around. Thanks.
I think we have time for one more question. Any other questions?
On the last slide set, the final presentation, when you were talking about the types of bias, and you talked about what the top 5 were. I noticed number 4 was age, and that one was not in bold, and you skipped over it, and I wondered if there was a reason for that.
That's a great question. Yes. I did skip over it. So the ones that were shaded out were just not in the top 5. So we asked, those were the full list of shaded and bolded were the response options for residents, so including other. But age was certainly one of them. But it wasn't in the top in terms of discrimination and bias experiences that residents cited.
All right, thank you everybody for attending this panel on housing in a growing region. Thank you to our panelists, Shauna Siegel, Jesse Partridge Guerrero, and Alexander Curley, and a special thanks to Gladys Vega as our provocateur. I hope you all enjoy the rest of the sessions here today.
Somebody must turn it on. You want me to turn it on for you?
There we go. Now can you hear me through the microphone? Very loud. Okay, good. All right, good morning, everyone. How are you? My name is Erin McAleer. I'm the president and CEO of Project Bread. Today's panel is on food insecurity. The U.S. Department of Agriculture defines food insecurity as not having access at all times to enough food for an active and healthy life. Today in Massachusetts, over 21% of households with children are experiencing food insecurity. That's 1 in 5 families. This is a systemic crisis, and it's impacting too many of our neighbors, colleagues, and friends. And systemic problems require systemic solutions. You all know that today's conference is focused on civic research, and today this panel will be talking about civic research focused on food insecurity. I think you also know this, but civic research is the shaping of knowledge about a community by that community. It's research that's directly meaningful to those who partake in it, and it informs how a community imagines and builds itself. It's so important that we take this approach to food insecurity. For too long, responses to food insecurity have centered around the givers of food or around surplus food, and not around the person who's facing food insecurity. You know, just this past November, a close colleague of mine at a health center called and said, a donor is giving us all these turkeys to give out to everybody at our health center. Can you help us out? We need money to transport the turkeys. We need volunteers to give out the turkeys. What should we do? And I said, honestly, I said, she could get gift cards. And she said, well, what do you mean? And I said, you know, our research at Project BRAD, we're working with patients across Massachusetts, 88% don't have a functioning kitchen. They don't have a refrigerator to put a turkey in. They don't have a stove to cook the turkey in. And then it's not even culturally appropriate for most of the patients that we're working with. They don't want a turkey. They want a gift card. And her response was, I know, you're right, but the donor won't do it. The donor wants turkeys. The donor wants to be able to give out food. And there's no good photo op when you give out gift cards. And honestly, that's not a shocking story for those of us that work in the anti-hunger space every single day. That's the reality around this issue, that it often focuses on the donors, the givers, the food. And so we absolutely need to be listening and learning from those directly impacted by food insecurity to design and implement solutions for permanently solving it. So that's why I'm really excited about today's panelists who are going to be presenting on a wide array of research. You'll be hearing from Eliza Nodak, who's the director at the Shaw Family Foundation, on a pilot in Chelsea on guaranteed basic income. From Mahal Bhargava at the Art and Design Department at Northeastern University on the design of a public data sculpture around utilization of SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program during the pandemic. And from Bernardo Garcia Bueno of Connection Science at MIT on how food acts is influenced by the food environment. Then the panel will be wrapping up with comments from Charlie Burns, who is Boston Site Director for Food Rescue Boston. She's going to summarize and react to all of the things that she heard today. So before we jump into each of the panelists' presentations on their research, I'm going to give a brief introduction to Project BRAD and to myself, and a little bit more on the data I initially shared on what is going on with food insecurity here in Massachusetts. So this is me, 7 years old, 1987. I often start conversations with this picture. What you probably don't know from looking at this picture is that I was food insecure. When I was 5 years old, my mother left an abusive marriage with 3 kids and overnight struggled to pay the bills. She was working. She wasn't working full time because she was raising 3 kids. She struggled to keep our house, to pay for childcare, to pay for transportation. And like families across Massachusetts, the thing that she had to make the trade-off for was food. You got to pay for the house to keep the house. You got to pay the heating bills. Massachusetts is cold. You got to pay for the gas to get your car to keep that job. But food, well, how do I make some tough decisions? How do I make some trade-offs? What I remember most from those years is the pervasive stress in our household. It wasn't about food. It was about my mom being on the phone with my aunt saying, I don't know how I'm going to feed these kids. So I share that story because as we dive into the data and you see, again, it's 1 in 5 households with children, you don't know who's food insecure by looking at them. This is an invisible crisis, a pervasive crisis, but an invisible one. But the second thing I will say is that I believe very strongly my mom made the right individual decision. This was not an individual failing. This was a systemic failing. You know, it was the 80s. So those of you who may have lived in the 80s might remember, because it's unfortunately continuing to today, just how much the federal government and policymakers were going after single moms and very racist rhetoric. So she didn't apply for the programs that were out there. She didn't apply for SNAP. She didn't apply for welfare because she bought that. She internalized that negative stigma associated with these programs. That's a systemic failing. She sent her 3 kids to public school every day. We begged for school meals. We wanted pizza Fridays. She couldn't afford it. And so that was a systemic failing. She couldn't pay the bills, and she's trying to figure out, how am I going to pay for meals for my kids? We should have gotten free breakfast and lunch every single day in the public school system without question. So I share it for that as well. You know, when we talk about it and we hear from the panelists today, we have to remember this is a systemic problem requiring systemic solutions. The focus too often on this issue is on individualized solutions, and that has not worked for a long time. So about Project Bread. So I'm CEO of Project Bread. We're a Massachusetts statewide anti-hunger organization. We take a hybrid approach with a present future oriented approach to solving food insecurity. So what I mean by that is half of our staff right now is working directly with individuals who are food insecure and working with them with compassionate, multilingual, comprehensive services to make sure they're connected to all of the programs that are available to connect them to food resources. But at the same time, we're listening and learning from what they are telling us. I'm super proud. We have our Senior Director of Research and Evaluation here, Laura Sierre. We're doing evaluations. What's working, what hasn't working. We're looking at the experiences. We're identifying what are the barriers that you're facing. You know, why was it so hard to get your application submitted? Why aren't you eligible for it? We have a community engagement department that's directly, doing more qualitative research and understanding and conversations with individuals who are lived experience. And then we're translating that into policy change, which sometimes might be a regulatory change. Sometimes might be calling a state agency and say, hey, this form's got to go. Like, people don't know what it means. It's not working. And sometimes it's bigger policy change. Project Bread, we're leading the campaign right now to make free school meals for all permanent here in Massachusetts. And I believe we're on the cusp. So our strategy is informed by 50 years of program experience, research data, and again, most importantly, the experience of people with hunger. And collaboration, innovation, and policy wins are key to success. When 21% of people in Massachusetts, families in Massachusetts, are food insecure, we need to all be working together. We need innovative solutions, and policy is simply the biggest impact solution that we can work towards. So at Project Bread, we envision a Massachusetts where hunger is permanently solved. So people often say, well, what does that mean? I'd say first, we're not focused on alleviation at Project Bread. Again, we are helping people today. We have to, 1 in 5 people. We can't stop there. We need to also, as I said, be leading on policy solutions to prevent it in the first place. So going back to my mom, what do I mean when I say we need to permanently solve this problem? She was going through a lot: domestic violence, a low wage job, no child support, all of these challenges. And our organization and others in the space couldn't have solved all of those. But she shouldn't have worried about food. Living in Massachusetts in the United States of America, she shouldn't have worried about feeding her kids. She should have known, I'm going to send these kids to school and they're going to get school meals. She should have known, I've just gone through a divorce. I'm really struggling. I know the SNAP program is going to make sure that I can purchase food for my kids. And so that's what we mean. We need to break down these barriers that are making people stress about that basic human need of food. So where are we today? Right now, 22% of families with children in Massachusetts are food insecure. That data is from last month of March of 2023. So before the pandemic, it was 8.9%. That was not success. I don't want to go back to 8.9%, but it's also worth noting it's double. We are still at double the rates from prior to the pandemic. The data point that I think is most important on this slide is April of 2021, when we were at 12.5%. That's when the federal government was really involved. Lots of policies were in place. Universal free school meals, summer meals were really accessible. All of these requirements that normally exist were taken down so that kids could just get meals during the summertime. SNAP was easier to access. You no longer had to do an interview after you submitted all of your information. You have to submit all this, W-2, and here's my pay stubs, and here's my medical expenses. And the federal government says, that's great. You still have to come in and we have to see your face just to make sure you really, really are hungry. But during the pandemic, we didn't have to do that. And then the other policy I would say that is so important was a child care tax credit. That was putting money directly into families' pocketbooks. And that alone is a big contributor for why food insecurity was low. We looked at the research in Massachusetts. People used it for basic needs. Food was the number one thing that people were using that child care tax credit. But then the federal government started to peel things away. And at Project Bread, we feel strongly that the reason, we had 8.9% before the pandemic, and then it exploded, and we saw this hunger crisis, is because these types of solutions should have always been in place. And we are working really hard right now as an organization to make sure that they're not all peeled away. Some are already gone, but things like universal free school meals, things like reducing some of the barriers to SNAP, we really want to make sure we don't go back to the broken system that we had before the pandemic. The second thing, when we look at the data around families with children, and I should just say this, families with children are disproportionately impacted by food insecurity. They always are. At Project Bread, we specifically focus on families with children. That's the data that I'm showing you today. But when you disaggregate it and you look at it by race and ethnicity, I think it's really important to name that Black, Latino, and multiracial households are disproportionately impacted by this crisis. And I would point to two issues. It's wages and it's wealth. And both are directly tied to systemic racism in our state and in our country. Just looking at wealth in Massachusetts, most people have accumulated wealth through housing. That is the major source of wealth in Massachusetts. That's how people in Massachusetts who are, moderate income, whether crises, whether a cancer diagnosis or whether a divorce, they've accumulated wealth through their housing. But redlining and other racist policies that have existed have precluded various households across Massachusetts, including Black, Latino, and multiracial, from accumulating wealth there. So it's really important to name when we look at this data, the underlying systemic reasons for why certain groups are disproportionately impacted by this crisis. So our operating principles at Project Bread, which we share with a lot of our wonderful partners in this space, are one that hunger is solvable. We have enough food in this country. We also have programs that can get that food to people. Kids are in school today. We can feed kids where they are at school. This is absolutely a solvable problem. Second, it's not a food problem, it's an economic problem. People are not making enough money to get by. So in Massachusetts, to afford a 2-bedroom apartment anywhere in the state, not just Boston, anywhere in the state, you have to work 80 hours a week making minimum wage. So that's just to afford the apartment. Never mind, now you got to pay for childcare and transportation and new sneakers for your child and a backpack for back to school. So people are working, they are not making enough money. This comes down to economics. It's also a political decision. Right now down in DC, they're debating who should get food and who shouldn't as part of the debt ceiling negotiations that are going on. Right now at the State House in Massachusetts, good news, the House just yesterday said, we are going to make universal free school meals permanent. So the decisions about who is going to access food in our state are being made at the Mass State House and at the Capitol building. It's absolutely a political decision. It's also a system of oppression. And so what does that mean? A child who is sitting in a classroom today and hungry isn't learning and isn't being nourished and isn't healthy. A patient who doesn't have the food to keep their body healthy is not going to improve, not going to thrive. So food insecurity just continues this cycle of oppression. And then finally, it's impossible to solve by charity alone. And this one is not rocket science, but it comes up over and over again. I remember during the government shutdown a few years ago, then we had a hunger crisis, and at Project Bread we were supporting I remember at MassDOT shut down, the airport shut down, and all of the workers there were calling us and saying, I need to feed my family, and how am I going to do this? And there were people in Washington saying, don't worry about it, the churches will do it. The church food pantries will do it. And then we're talking to our food pantry friends saying, we can't, we're open Tuesday from 2 to 4. We cannot meet the scale of this. And so we have to name it, because this issue tends to focus again on the giver and on the food. And we can't expect charity to solve this alone. So solutions, they have to be scalable, they have to be sustainable, they have to be informed by lived experience, by the community, by data. Again, they have to be built around the person, not the food or givers, and they have to be inclusive and equity centered. At Project Bread, we specifically do focus on the federal nutrition program. So you've heard me say it a few times: school meals, at school breakfast, at summer, school lunch, summer meals, which in Massachusetts we call summer eats, the SNAP program, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, the WIC program. And the reason that we focus on these is, one, we have a really strong emergency food system here in Massachusetts, food banks and food pantries. We want to be focused where we think that we can have the most impact. And second, they are scalable. For every one meal that a food bank can provide, SNAP can provide 12. They're sustainable. And this was a talking point before the pandemic, but people didn't always get it. By late March of 2020, everyone got it. There were no volunteers showing up at food pantries. That system just was not able to support the need. These programs rely on the grocery stores, the schools, institutions that are continuously run, and people are in paid jobs that don't rely on volunteers. They're economically efficient in that they alleviate household budgets, they bring money into the economy, and then they provide the recipient choice, flexibility, convenience, again, operating through pre-existing distribution channels. But they are not perfect, and that is one of the major reasons that Project Bread exists. There are barriers at every step to these programs. There are schools not far from here that do provide school breakfast. Well, isn't that great? They provide it before the buses come. So it's not feeding anyone. That's a barrier to accessing school meals. The stigma and the cost are the number one and number two barriers for school lunch. That's why we are so passionate about universal free school meals. It eliminates those two barriers. And then for SNAP, we did research during the pandemic, talking with low-income families across Massachusetts who we perceived to likely be eligible for SNAP, about why they weren't on it. And the barriers there's so many. The report identified what they are. It's a hard application to fill out. It's really challenging. And if English isn't your first language, it is 100 times more challenging. And so that's why at Project Bread, we focus so much on our work of helping people one-on-one support to apply for it. There's stigma, like I shared with my mother, that exists today. And when people turn on the news tonight and hear the political debate in DC is SNAP and who gets it and who doesn't, it's going to continue to perpetuate this stigma. It's also the fact that it's not good enough. Like, people are not getting by with SNAP. And right now, the federal emergency allotments ended. So people are only getting what they were getting a lot more during the pandemic, basically, to purchase food. It's not enough. I mean, last year, Project Bread spent $3 million on gift cards for patients that we are working with because SNAP is not enough. And then there's a whole group that's just not even eligible. The working poor in Massachusetts. Massachusetts is an expensive place to live, so people are not eligible for, and then immigrants. And it's a little bit more complicated. Refugees are eligible. Immigrants who have been here for 5 years are eligible. Kids are always eligible, but there's a huge group that's not eligible. And then there's a huge group that is eligible, but is just too scared of the federal government, and rightfully so. Like, I'm worried about applying for this program and what it might mean for my immigration status or for my child. So these programs are important. They are the pathway to solving hunger, but they are not working as they could most effectively. And again, that requires policy change. So I'm going to end here with the can and must solve hunger. Again, we have to feed our people. There's no question. We have to, as a community, we have to recognize that students who are hungry, patients that don't have access to healthy food, that is on an individual level not acceptable, but also on a community level not acceptable. And I will also say this, that we have an opportunity right now. I mean, the fact that this is one of the topics of today's conference is really powerful. You know, the spotlight was shown on this issue during the pandemic. We are seeing the political will. And again, I'd point to Beacon Hill and yesterday and them moving forward on universal free school meals. There is an opportunity. President Biden had a conference in September to say we must end hunger. Project Bread is leading on a plan here in Massachusetts to do it. So, but we got to keep our foot on the gas. We have to keep talking about this issue. Are you okay? Yeah, no, don't worry. Are you okay? Okay, good. Okay, thumbs up. Okay. We have to keep our foot on the gas, and we can do it. It is it's going to take a long time. I'm not naive to that, but the political will has to be developed. We have to do it. We have a responsibility. So I'm super excited to pass the mic over to Eliza, who is going to come up and talk about guaranteed basic income and the incredible work that they did in Chelsea. So I think like this, quite literally.
Cool. Thanks, Erin. Just a moment to get situated here. Hi, folks. My name is Eliza. I am very proud to be a co-author on this research studying the impacts of the Chelsea Eats program in, go figure, Chelsea, Massachusetts. This research was led by Jeffrey Liebman, who's a professor of economics at the Harvard Kennedy School. We were very fortunate to have him lead the research. And I, along with my co-authors, Catherine Carlson and Pamela Portocarrero, brought this project to the stage you see it now. So who's been to Chelsea? Anyone? Okay, you got. Okay, all right. So it sounds like a lot of folks have been to Chelsea. That's great. For those who have not been, I highly recommend a visit. It's lovely there. Chelsea is a geographically small but very vibrant community north of Boston. Got 40 to 50,000 residents, depend on who you ask. A lot of diversity. It has the highest proportion of foreign-born residents in Massachusetts. A lot of folks are undocumented, and many people in Chelsea work in the kind of jobs that were first to go during the beginning of the pandemic: food service, housekeeping, Logan Airport, the Everett Casino. So needless to say, if you can recall back to spring 2020, the folks in Chelsea, many of them were extremely hard hit. Many families lost all of their income virtually overnight. Early on in the pandemic, over a third of folks in Chelsea who had had COVID. This was, way higher than any other community in the country, and perhaps the world as well. Many residents were ineligible for many of the safety net programs that Erin mentioned, things like SNAP, stimulus checks, unemployment insurance. So they truly had zero safety net and income to get by virtually overnight. You can see in these pictures, there was lines around the block, people trying to get food. The city of Chelsea set up a massive food distribution effort, distributing tens of thousands of pounds to folks. You can see on the left, they had the National Guard helping them out. And they arrived at a similar conclusion to what Erin was talking about, that this is just simply unsustainable. This is a small city running a massive food distribution program. They're not in the food distribution business. They're not a wholesaler. And one of the ideas that came to the table is, what if we just give people money and they can go buy their own food? Erin made the point, we have ways of getting food to people. This probably doesn't need to be the only way to do it. So the Chelsea Eats program was born. This is what the cards looked like. Folks applied to receive a Chelsea Eats card. Most families got $400 a month. Smaller households got $200 to $300 a month. The payments began in late November of 2020, went through August of 2021, and these funds were unrestricted. You could spend them anywhere that would accept a Visa card. So unfortunately, more people were in need than there were cards to give out. So the city ran a lottery. It was live streamed on Facebook. If you are interested, you can watch it. And this, conveniently for the researchers, a lottery lent itself perfectly to a randomly RCT experiment, because we had a group of people who all had the same characteristics, but some of them were going to get a card and some of them were not going to get a card. So happily for us, this launched our research sample. So we had about 3,600 people applying for the Chelsea Eats card. We invited all of them to participate in the study via calls, texts, and mailings to their homes. We also posted on Facebook about it. Everyone was invited. About 2,000 people took the survey, and of those, 1,200 were lottery winners and 740 were lottery losers, so they did not get the card. So a little bit about our study. It was primarily conducted online. About a third of people took it over the phone. We did 6 surveys from September, before the lottery happened, all the way through May.
It was in English and Spanish. Most folks took it in Spanish, and we covered a bunch of different topics each month. So we asked about a bunch of different things, and people got a $20 gift card for participating. The main study happened at baseline before the lottery, and there was another big one at the end, and the rest were little small surveys to help keep people involved and gather information. We didn't want them to forget about us by the time the final survey came along in May. So I'm going to start off by telling you a little bit about the baseline data, and this is from everybody before the lottery happened, so we could establish how, what the two groups had in common. So in terms of financial hardship and food insecurity, okay, well, perhaps this is the last slide. In terms of financial hardship and food security, you can see many people, 82% plus, had experienced a financial hardship in the last year. And some of the top reasons for this were they lost a job, their family or their spouse lost a job, hours were cut, price increases for food. And, really shockingly, we saw that almost 5% of people had experienced a hardship due to the death of a family member. That was really quite striking to us. And in terms of food, we asked about, how can you describe the food eaten in your last 7 days? This is one of the standard measures that Erin was talking about. And we want people to be in the top category. They have enough of the food, enough of the food, and it's the kind of food they want to eat. And you can see only 12% of folks were in that category. The next category, you have enough food, but it's not the kind you want. That's not so good. And then the bottom two categories are pretty bad. And you can see the bulk of our residents, about 40, nearly half of them are in the worst two categories. And just to compare, this is Massachusetts wide at the same time, September 2020, and you can just see the vast difference. The numbers we're seeing in Chelsea are not numbers that we expect to see in a US population. This is really quite stark. Okay, now I seem to be out of slides here, so I'm gonna try giving this a sure. I think they're like here, but just close, gone but not forgotten, we should say. All right, so I'll tell you a little bit about, you'll just have to use your imagination here, but that's just fine. We also asked at baseline about people's work situations, and we saw about 36% of the folks in our sample were working for pay, so definitely the minority of them. But in general, most folks wanted to be working even though they weren't, and among those who were working, they really wanted more hours. So this is some of the pushback in some circles we hear about, oh, people, if they just worked more, they wouldn't be poor. And that's really not the case that we see in our data. People really, in fact, want to be working more. And here is the evidence for that. Thank you very much. So next I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how the situation evolved in Chelsea. So this is data for the control group, and this allows us to see what's going on for the people who did not get the cards to understand what is kind of going on in the background. Oh, thank you. So luckily, that's totally fine. Baseline data. Okay, so this is a little bit about what's going on in the economy. You can see that big spike in unemployment rate was when the pandemic started. The survey was taken at the red dot. These are the official survey numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We imagine that quite a number more people are not captured in this in our population due to working under the table, what have you. But the story here is that good news. Things got better in Chelsea over time as more people got back to work. We're very happy about this, but at the time of the survey, quite a few people were out of work across the board. This is really a big problem for families. And we also asked about financial well-being. Would you say that you are better or worse off financially now than you were last month? And what you can see here for the control group is that things are getting worse over time, but they're getting worse at a slower rate. And then starting in February 2021, things start to get a little bit better. In terms of food security, this is sort of a similar situation. Even though the financial situation hasn't really improved, there's some improvement in November and December for food, but it really isn't until April when folks really start having enough food and kind of move into the good categories here. Another thing I want to talk to you about is card spending. So how did people spend the money on the cards? One of the pushbacks that we hear around guaranteed income, universal basic income, is that if you give money to poor people, they will waste it, and that is why they are poor. We did not see that that was the case. And as Erin mentioned, this is something we've seen borne out in many other studies as well. And you can see by and large, people spent their money on food. And feel very confident about this. A tiny fraction of people are spending it in the quote unquote bad category of alcohol and smoking. And we see generally people spend money on things that they need. So now I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the experimental impacts. We asked about a whole bunch of questions. These fall into a couple categories. I'm going to start with the direct impacts on food satisfaction, food security, and financial distress. So we asked about food satisfaction. We had a couple of questions that went into an index, and we saw a statistically significant change in the recipient's level of food satisfaction based on these three questions. You can see these bottom two with the stars on them, that the family's food situation is better than 6 months ago, and they have enough of the kinds of foods they want to eat. We did significantly move the needle. As far as satisfaction overall with their food situation, we did not have much of an impact. Okay, that was my time check. Our next bucket here is on food consumption. In terms of food consumption, we can see that the people who got the Chelsea Eats card spent about $38 more per week on food. That's in the top line there. And we feel pretty confident that that's a direct impact of the money that they got on the cards. And the reason we wouldn't say, okay, they're spending all $400 on food is they could spend this on anything, but we see a meaningful uptick in their food spending. We also saw a significant uptick in the folks who were eating fresh meat and fish, which we think was something we'd heard anecdotally were hard to get for free, and people were having a hard time affording them. We did not see any statistical change on how often residents ate fresh vegetables. I'm going to skip over this one for now and move on to food security. So the results on food security, the residents who got the Chelsea Eats card were 10% less likely to say their household sometimes or often didn't have enough to eat, which was great. In terms of children, we saw that which is this middle section here, we saw that in terms of children not having enough to eat in December, when the cards first went out, we saw a small improvement. And by 2021, we see a real big improvement of about 7% in the household food security index overall. So we're definitely moving the needle in terms of food. Financial well-being. So we measured this index with a whole host of questions about how people are getting by. We asked about their ability to pay rent, utilities, bills, afford the meds they needed. We asked how they would weather a $300 expense, if they're doing better now than 6 months ago. And overall, we saw that the financial well-being went up for folks who got the cards. But it was kind of a mixed bag. This was really driven by the folks who said they were doing better financially now than 6 months ago, and by the $300 expense. The other questions, we did not see any movement on those. Okay, so in terms of some of the downstream effects, these are things that we were thinking, jeepers, I wonder if we're going to see any movement here. We had no effect whatsoever on health, anxiety, and depression, or the days that kids missed school. We hear a lot that if you give money to people, they're going to stop working. We did not see any evidence of that at all. And two other things I wanted to point out. We asked a whole bunch of questions. If you ask enough questions, you're going to find something. But two that stuck out to us was that we had a statistically significant impact on the people who reported moving since September. We think this indicates some level of stability in housing. And then interestingly, we saw an almost 2x increase in the number of people who were pregnant among people who got the cards. And we think this is indicating that people are saying, I'm a little more stable. I can move on with my life and my family's in a good place. So with that, I think I'm going to pause and hand it back to Erin. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eliza. That was incredible. And oh, don't worry. And I think especially incredible given the technical challenges that you face. So I'm now really excited to have Rahul come up and present on Rahal's research. And I think we can do this for you.
Cool. Wonderful. Hello, folks. Thanks. So I want to loop back, just starting to this time of, late 2020, 2021, when we all started to see sort of the effects of hunger in ways that we hadn't before, right? It's sort of very often we see food insecurity, as you spoke about, as something that's sort of an us and them, where we're othering this group of people that don't have access to resources, but I want to help them with turkeys, and things like that. one of the ways to think about that period of time that we just saw a bunch of data about was spillover. The us and the them, those lines changed. A significant number of people who previously were secure and stable were suddenly insecure and unstable in terms of food, and were hungry in a way they'd never been before. So we saw that in spillover into access of resources, huge lines, people talking about it that hadn't been before. We saw this way where this, amongst a lot of issues, sort of came up, and we saw the disparate impacts as well about who was experiencing this. In that period of time, we decided to work on it. So this was a team of myself, my talented wife, Emily, who's sitting over there, and various folks at Groundwork Somerville. We've worked together before. We've worked on issues of hunger and food security in our community. So we had an existing connections we could build on. We decided we wanted to try to talk about that in some way. And one of the things that we saw as we sort of thought about like, oh, what can we do here, was this chart, which was from the DTA reports. If any of you work on these issues, you've probably read their PowerPoint slides like we have. I have a folder full of them. We dug through those, and this chart stuck out in front of us. And it was from their December 2020 report. And we just looked at this we've all seen the spike on like every single chart we look at, right? It's like, you know, everything shuts down. All of the data we use in this circle spikes immediately afterwards. This is for weekly SNAP applications, right? So households that were not in the SNAP system already, applying, going through these, hurdle is like, I think maybe, you know, it's like a high jump, not a hurdle for some of these forms, right? Going through the high jumps to try to apply and to get this stuff. So this is people that have already made it through that. This was a staggering number when we thought about it. We live in a community of 80,000 people. When I thought about numbers and averaging it down, I was like, that is a ton of people. And it explains the lines we were seeing when we drove around town outside of the food pantries. But it's kind of hard to conceive of, right? Like, think about it. Can you conceive of 20,000 households? Do you know that many people? I mean, it's kind of, these numbers are really hard to imagine. I just compared it to our city. I live in Somerville. It's 80,000 people, 80,000 households. 80,000 people. I think it's like 50,000 households or something. Even that's hard to wrap my head around. So we decided to try to like talk about that in a very different way. And we boiled it down to this one number that we thought we could focus on. During those early days, an average of 1,600 new households were applying for those benefits every day in Massachusetts, right? So even that is harder, but we've boiled it down to a number of households, one day, Massachusetts, right? So we can picture a day and imagine how many of those applications were coming in. But that number is the kind of thing you'd usually see on like a bar chart at a community festival where they're trying to get you to sign up for something, or advocate for something. And we thought, you know, that's not really how we bring people together to try to activate around this thing we're seeing around us. How can we communicate the scale of this in some other way? So we turned it into this. We turned it into a data sculpture, which is a table, full-size table. It's about that size, weighs about 150 pounds, made out of 1,659 pieces of welded cutlery. We spent a lot of time reaching out in our community, collecting cutlery that people had sitting in their basements. I think one of our friends had, you know, like stuff from 15 years ago at their wedding sitting in their basement that we pulled out. And if it was magnetic, we could weld it. Emily spent a ton of time collecting that, envisioning this shape, this form, hours welding it together, creating this object that the aesthetic of it matters, that it's a table matters, that we come together around it matters. It has this, the shine and feel that that draws you towards it in a way that 1,659 doesn't. You want to come up and touch this object. You want to feel it. You want to find out what it's about. And that changes this conversation of communicating around that us and them, right? It's not people waiting in line. It's like this thing that piques your curiosity in a way that I believe only the arts are really capable of doing. This is why we leverage this as a tool. And this is a lot of Emily's work, is about leveraging the arts to bring people together around an issue that is otherwise challenging to talk about and convene about, right? An issue you might not feel connected to. When we showed this at a gallery in Wayland, the immediate reaction was, "Oh, we don't have that problem here." Like, "Oh, sorry, honey. Yes, you do." But it's something that feels othered, right? Something you don't see. When we took it to Revere City Hall, the guys who like came by were like, "Oh, you want a hand with that?" They asked us what it was, and then immediately they were like, "Oh, wait, can I sign up for that?" And because we were there during the farmers market, we were like, "Yes, at that table right there, someone will help you fill out that form in whatever language you're speaking." So we used it as a tool for activation. So we took it around the city. It's been showing for almost 2 years now. Yeah. Around the area to activate people in different ways, right? Whether it be at something like a farmer's market or a city hall or a university where there's huge food security problems, or in a gallery setting. But this doesn't humanize it. So we produced a bunch of videos with people that were working on this stuff, many of whom you probably know. So we did some interviews to try to humanize that, and this paired with it. So there was a video loop talking to the people, the sort of people volunteering, the people providing, the people directly impacted, to talk about that and flesh out sort of a more qualitative human feeling of what that time was like. So these are paired on a website that goes through it, that tries to flesh that out, that you get from a QR code on the plaque next to the piece wherever it's showing, and tries to connect it to opportunities for local impact. So there's multiple audiences here that we're trying to bridge, again, with that sort of like trying to break down that us and them feeling, how can I get involved to help if I'm not experiencing hunger? What resources can I access if I am experiencing that hunger? And what are the institutions that I can support that are working on this? So a lot of this happened with community organizations. Groundwork Somerville was one of the first we worked at. The Youth Green team showed this at one of their community farms, which is taking unused urban areas like parking lots, turning them into raised bed gardening, taking those vegetables, selling them at reduced prices at places that make sense, growing appropriate vegetables. Many of you probably know the groundwork work. It was great to sort of conceptualize and create something that could be used as an instrument for education and outreach in those settings to get people into this thing that's otherwise hard to think about. It's shown in a bunch of places since then for the last 2 years, galleries, places that you might know of frequent for educational reasons, outreach reasons, activation reasons, enrollment reasons, hopefully policy reasons. Right now, I just picked it up yesterday from the Fuller Craft Museum where it was showing as part of a larger exhibit around food justice. So now it's back in our garage. If you know a place that would be appropriate to show it and would be interested to show it, please reach out, talk to one of us and let us know. We're still looking to sort of keep that conversation going and build the project out more to say that there are other ways that we can try to talk to people about these issues and about data. And this sort of standard toolbox we use to engage people around information and these issues, it's way too narrow. We need to blow that up. And sometimes it's welded cutlery. Sometimes it's with other techniques. So thanks, I'll pause there. Look forward to connecting and chatting with you all. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. That was incredible. All right, Bernardo, if you want to come on up and let me make sure I get yours. There we go.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Bernardo, and I'm really happy to present in this panel. The work that has been presented previously is really inspiring, and I hope that this work can also bring something into the table. What I'm going to present here is a work we try to do on the effect of food environments in our decisions. This is work that was done by a bunch of authors. There's Abby, Brooke, Mosen, Burchin, Sandy, Kayla, and Esteban, who is also here. We were working on the project. This was done as a collaboration between MIT Connection Science and the USC School of Medicine. So to give you an insight into how we were studying for environments, when we wanted to study them, one of the first things we did was looking at the research that had already been done. And what I mean with this is, or what I mean with research on food environments is the kind of research that answers the question, what happens when I live somewhere or I am somewhere and the amount of healthy food alternatives around where I live is very limited, or around where I am is very limited. And when we looked at the research, one of the best papers we saw was this one that we're citing here, which is they did a study all over the US, and they did this nice instrumental variable design. And what they saw was that people who were living closer to food swamps, so closer to places with only or with more prevalent fast food, actually had more obesity rates. And this they did using the interstate highways, which, if you have driven through the US, you will see that they're flooded with these sort of fast food chains, and the people who live there are really exposed to them. Now, something that was puzzling in that research was that the effect was most strong in the less urban parts of America. So in the most urban parts of the US, this was the effect was not as clear. And then was the question, what's happening in these parts of the US? And if you all live in a city, maybe you already have a hypothesis on why the food environment did not seem to predict people's obesity rates. And the hypothesis we had is what happens when we leave home. Maybe me, for example, I grew up in Mexico City. The city is huge, and the food environment around my home maybe was not as significant in determining what I would eat. And the reason is that if you live in a big city, you will move throughout the day, and maybe there are other places in the city with better food environments, other places with worse food environments. And regardless of where my family lives, maybe I will wind up maybe here, and then my mom will wind up there or something, if I was living with my mom at the time. And then we realized that mobility data could really help explain the effect of food environments in this context where people are moving around the city so much. So what we did was, we did a research design where we use mobility data to observe, okay, maybe suppose I am one of the users. So we will see that maybe Bernardo wakes up at his house in Cambridgeport, but then spends the day in the Media Lab, in the MIT Media Lab. And then in the MIT Media Lab, he will be exposed to a certain food environment. How will this environment affect his decisions to either go to eat more fast food or go to eat more kind of healthy food options? We did this study using the 11 largest metropolitan areas of the US. And the goal was to see what was happening during lunchtime. So here we put a little map in Boston. This is an example of how the data look like. Maybe, for example, this person lives here. Maybe it's Brookline or Allston. And then through the day, the person will move here. And then maybe at lunchtime, the person will be there. That's MIT. And then we will see, okay, the food environment that is affecting this person is not the food environment here in Allston, which is pretty good or very tasty, but it's more the food environment here where the person is working. And then we, to make the experiment, we said, okay, let's see where different people are working through the day, and let's measure their food environment at that place. We took the place where people were between 10 a.m. and 11:30 a.m. We saw how many options the people had in terms of fast food or non-fast food. So what was the percentage of fast food that they were exposed to? And because here we wanted to see what you would do if we remove healthy alternatives, we picked only people who had at least one option to go to fast food. Because the question is, if I have fast food, but I also have things that are not fast food, maybe I will do something. But if I only have fast food, will I more skip lunch, or will I just go to fast food? Because this will answer sort of the question. This is an important question for policy, because if the answer is I will go to fast food anyway, even if I have many food options, then the food crisis might be more related to the preference of the people. If I will go to fast food when I don't have other options, then the food crisis might be more related to the availability of options people have. So for this reason, we only took people who had this one fast food. And then we defined our outcome variables as, okay, some users will actually go to fast food. This is during lunchtime, so between 11:45 and 13:45. Some people will choose not to go to fast food, so maybe go somewhere else. And then some people will just skip lunch and not go to any food out. And then we just did, what we did was a pooled regression. So we said, let's see everyone and the association between the environment you're exposed to and the decision to eat fast food or not. And what we saw was that the odds of this is Dutch. The odds of going to fast food could even duplicate if the prevalence of fast food in your environment is much higher than in other cases. Now, because we wanted to make this study more robust, we said, okay, let's try to see if this will vary, for example, of people with high income or low income. Let's see if maybe on the weekdays you're more in a hurry, so you're more sensitive to your food environment, and many other characteristics. So we did a bunch of separations, but largely what we saw was that regardless of your income, regardless of the weekday, weekend, and even of whether before you would go a lot or a very little to fast food, the effect is very similar. After presenting this, some of the people would ask us, oh, but what is the causality link? Maybe I will go somewhere with a lot of fast food already thinking that I want to go to fast food. So we did this small study where we saw people, we tried to see, okay, the ideal experiment would be if I can take, I don't know, Esteban, and then lift him off the earth and then put him in a random place and see what his decision to eat will be. In a random place he will not choose. And while we cannot do something like that, we said, okay, I guess the going to the DMV or the RMV is a bit like that. It's somewhere that many people cannot really choose. It's a place where you don't really know usually, and you decide to eat or not. And even there, we had a few visits to the RMV, but even within those visits, we saw a large effect of the food environment around the RMV and the decision to go to fast food or go to somewhere else. The last study we did was saying, okay, what maybe this happens only when you're in a random place. So what if I work here in the media lab, so maybe my relationship with the food environment will be different because I am more used to living here. I know the options, so I might be more wise about what I do. And what we did was saying, okay, let's find people who, from the data, seemingly change jobs. So they usually were in just one spot, and then at some point they changed to another place. And then let's divide those people between the people who went from a place with a lot of fast food to a place with just more options in general, and people who switched the opposite. And what we saw was that even if I used to have very low consumption of fast food, if I go to a very restricted food environment, the mean consumption of the people in my group will even double. And these are some of the plots. So then the conclusion we had from this is that the food options that we have around us can be really determinant in whether we will choose tasty options or not. And then in some cases, people can say arguments like, no, there is more fast food because just people prefer it. So giving more options will not really serve any case. And what we're seeing in the data is the opposite. Actually, giving more options allows people to choose much more healthy options for their lunches and meals. So then the last thing that we wanted to do was saying, is this mobility data is revealing something that before we couldn't see, because before the research was focusing on the residential food environments, not on the food environments where we go. So maybe you will have a district with many factories and no one lives there, so it is not really important for policy in expanding food access. But many people just go there and work, and when they go there, they're exposed to the worst options. So what we said was saying, okay, let's do some simulations and let's try to see what is the effect of expanding food access in different areas. This we did among all our cities and compare different strategies. And what we saw was that if our strategy, for example, is to expand food access in the areas defined as low food access by the USDA, you will have an impact which is 1/4 of the potential impact you could have if you actually use all the mobility data and see where people move through the day and where actually the population is more prone to be affected by the food environment that we're exposed to. And so this is something that we want to in the future make a platform or something where policymakers can actually interact with this kind of information so that the expansion to food options can be more as impactful as possible. That's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much to the panelists. I thought they each brought great information, but also great energy. So I really appreciate what they all presented. So if you want to see if your microphone is on, I'm going to ask some questions for the three of you. And so my first question is, if you could wave your magic wand, or you could sit with, the president of the United States or the mayor of Boston or whoever you want and share this research, what would be the one change that you would want to see through it? And I do tend to focus on policy, so my head went there, but it doesn't have to be policy, but local, state, federal policy, or what would be your dream as you sit this research down with somebody and they walk away and they say, I'm going to do this. What is your dream of a change that would come from your research?
I have a not very glamorous dream, but it's a dream nonetheless. And I would like to see a systems integration for all of the different social safety net programs so that you could have one universal application and then the system would figure out who's eligible. I think one thing we saw in Chelsea and, much of the work that Erin talks about, we've been in kind of similar worlds, is that it's really confusing for the customer, for the client to have to navigate all these different platforms. So if policymakers could create one application, I think that would really go a long way.
I really like that option as well. Maybe I could add that, at least seeing the research that I did, I would like to see, for example, zoning policies that when they see that there are many fast food restaurants somewhere, maybe they can charge an extra tax, and that tax can go towards subsidizing healthy food alternatives in those places where you see all those fast food options.
Yeah, this piece was more on sort of communication. So I would look there to talk about like the way we talk about these issues, like magically changing that to be about sort of like benefits you're accruing by like paying your taxes, and and how we communicate about these issues, and instead of using these like fake personas that sort of get weaponized, it would mostly be about like using a bigger toolbox to talk about these issues so they don't feel so like that same thing, that us and them. I think I'll start, Mike's in my hand. I think it's because of this weaponization, right? Like there's power in pointing at someone else, and blaming them for something. That's been true for, most of human history. And sadly, we see that happening more and more in areas that matter more. So I think that's the main reason that this way we talk has been so challenging.
I think for me, this is a hard question because I haven't been in action trying to push this research and these ideas to policymakers. So maybe the biggest challenge is to just get up and do it for me. But I don't know. I'm sure that if I would try, there must be so many challenges, and I'm sure many people in this room are aware of those challenges. But for me at the moment, I don't know more than than the individual one.
Yeah, I think one thing I've noticed is like, you know, countrywide, I think we're seeing a shift from federal rights to states' rights. And I think that has impacted a lot of, like, it seems like the federal government is writing, like you see out of the USDA, here's some general guidelines, and then punts to the states to interpret and implement. And I think that allows for a lot of kind of political decision making at the state level, and hard to kind of get the country all moving in the same direction. And then when it comes down to something like a systems integration, which is extremely expensive and takes forever, like, I don't think governors are super excited to get up there and say, hey voters, I'm spending all your money on a software integration. Like that, so I think there's sort of a political hump to get over. But I think also we tend to be fairly paternalistic in the way we talk about social safety net programs. And I totally agree with you, Erin, like, we're not customer focused in the social safety net world in a way that the business world is a customer obsessed. And for some reason we like can't make this conceptual leap, and it's baffling and frustrating.
Yeah. Well, for us, something that we noticed when we're doing this research is this research was done with pre-pandemic data. So a big wonder is what we have seen, at least anecdotally, but also in speaking with other people, is that there has been a huge shift towards other kinds of meal consumption that is not just, oh, walk outside your office and eat something. There's a lot more, maybe Uber Eats and this kind of shippings. So something that we have been talking about, and we're actually trying to work with MasterCard about it, is to figure out whether this shift in consumption patterns has actually maybe somehow removed the barriers that would keep people away from healthier foods. Because maybe now that if I can ask for anywhere in Boston, maybe I can choose a healthy place, even if around me I just have unhealthy foods.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, coming out of the Chelsea Eats research, you know, Erin, you mentioned that like sustainable solutions have to come from government. I work in philanthropy and give away millions of dollars, and it just there's nowhere near enough money to actually solve these problems in the private, from private funding. So, you know, I feel pretty convinced after this research that giving people cash is the smart thing to do. So I would counsel governments, I know this isn't exactly your question, but you know, the next step coming out of this is the government's going to propose some sort of social policy. Always test the same solution alongside cash, and then you can make a really informed decision, are we getting the most out of our dollars? Because it's not that the government is stingy on a whole, we spend a shitload of money on helping people, and I question if we're really kind of effectively evaluating the pipeline of dollar to customer if we're not testing it alongside that exact intervention.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, for us, I would say like this works, right? Like creating arts-based participatory processes like gets people into a conversation and primes them for action. So like I want to do more of it and do it in other domains with more people to sort of demonstrate and, you know, maybe instrument this stuff and create a broader evidence base till I can like also wave the academic paper in someone and say, yeah, see, it says it there too, but you know, now you maybe you'll listen. This stuff works. So we need to think more creatively about how we can do these interventions and how we communicate around them.
Hi, everybody. I don't have slides. No more slides. My name is Charlie Burns. I'm the site director of Food Rescue US Boston. I've been in the food rescue space for about 3 years now. I come from a career in service, restaurants, and technology for restaurants. So food is not new to me. Although I don't have any slides to present, I do come with a lot of bad news. Right? I come with the news that in 2021, the U.S. wasted 81 million tons of food. 38% of food we produced went unsold and potentially wasted. While we've got 20% of families with children who are food insecure. I launched Food Rescue US Boston in August of last year. When I talked to Food Rescue US on a national level, I said, why aren't you guys in Boston? They said, because we need a site director. And I said, okay, how about I fill that role? And they said, actually, there's a lot of food rescue going on in Boston. There are lots of pantries, and there's Love and Spoonfuls, and there's Food Link, and there's Greater Boston Food Bank. And they were surprisingly under the impression that the food was getting rescued. So I launched Food Rescue US Boston with 3 words: prove me wrong. And I said to myself, I'm going to launch this app for web-enabled app technology where anybody in the community can volunteer to use their vehicle to rescue food from local businesses and then deliver it directly to social service agencies. So I said, prove me wrong. My goal for my first year, in August of last year, my goal for my first year was 500 rescues. As we speak, as we sit in this room, I have a volunteer out there in the field right now performing our 1,000th rescue in 8 months. Try not to focus on how many pounds we're rescuing, because it doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is that I am empowering our community to make a difference for our community. And I have quickly gotten to a point where I will talk to anybody who will listen, because this is a problem that clearly is not going to be solved. Sorry, a little conspiracy theory here. It's not going to be solved by the multi-billion-dollar corporations that Bernardo showed us, who are working very hard to keep this quiet. They're working very hard to not show how much waste is happening and how many people are food insecure. And they're trying to hide it behind the fact that, oh, it's not us, as we pointed out. It's them. So they have to stand up and they have to show us how much they make, and they have to raise their hand and say, I'm hungry. When the truth is that food insecurity is far more pervasive, insidious, and complex than that. So, in the last 30 years, I have gone from saying, I think something needs to happen here, to now being a person who is on the front lines. When I leave here, I'm going to get in my SUV and I'm going to be on a loading dock by 1 o'clock. They called me at 6:30 this morning and they said, we've got 2 pallets of shelf-stable food it's going to hit the dumpster if we don't get here. So I'm going to get there. And you know what the problem is? I don't know what it's going to be. I don't. Because our food source is broken, you guys. It's broken. I might get there and it might be whole grain cereals and brown rice. It might be all manner of nutritious good things. I think we know that that's probably not what's going to happen. I'm probably going to get there and it's going to be potato chips. And it's going to be, I heard yesterday this thing, it's a candy cereal, right? Hershey's Kisses cereal. It is not okay. And now, being on the front lines, doing what I do, it means that I sometimes have to make that horrible decision. Does my community need more garbage to eat? Because that's not what we're doing here. At Food Rescue US, I'm working very hard to not push more garbage into my community. I'm trying to work with trusted vendors and make solid decisions so that our community has access to fresh fruits and vegetables, whole grain products, things that are organic, all of those good things that we pay so much money for in grocery stores that are not in the communities I often work in, but far afield. And I've got volunteers who are doing that every day. We're doing it about 50 times a week right now. Okay, so that's me, but I didn't come here to just talk about me. Let's talk about the amazing work that's going on with this panel. Being in the food insecurity space is like drinking from a fire hose. It's complex, it's nuanced, it's at the end of the facet that I stand on, it's often chaotic. here and we're working every day to do what we can. And I think that this panel in particular is terrific in that we're talking about art, we're talking about data, and we're talking about policy. But the question I pose to all of you as your faithful provocateur is, what do we do about all this when we leave this room? I don't expect all of you to go to the receiving dock like I do, although it'd be great. You should sign up at Food Rescue US because I really need volunteers. But what can we do? How can we take what we've learned here today and how can we translate that? Where does that rubber meet the road? I can tell you what I think, but I would also love to hear from you and know what you think. So I say art, data, and policy. To me, the next column in that table would be dignity, portability, and visibility. We need dignity in the food collection process for everyone in our community. Children getting the free meals at school, universal free meals, to me, with 2 kids in the Boston Public Schools, the best thing that program does is kids don't have to say, I'm the one who eats school lunch, because my family couldn't afford to send a lunch for me. But we also have a responsibility to make meals that children want to eat. And again, hate to be Debbie Downer, but we do see the waste that could potentially be created, the surplus that's created from kids not wanting to eat. So we know we've got a contract and city pressures there. Good things are happening, but we need to continue that. Portability. Actually, let me come back to portability. Visibility, right? I think that that data table is amazing. I want that in my front line. And I do want to talk to you about some places that I think we should install it this summer. I was part of a task force last summer with the Neighborhood Food Action Collaborative. We trained SNAP advocates, and we went to farmers. In fact, we did over 200 events where SNAP advocates who spoke Haitian Creole and Spanish helped folks get signed up for SNAP. They helped them through the entire interview process. And we did sign up a fair number of people. We have over 600,000 people in Massachusetts who qualify for SNAP and don't sign up. We need to change the optics on these programs. We need to give this like sex appeal, right? We need to give, like, this is a thing you want to be a part of, not this is a stigma. Put it another way. We are trying to destigmatize food insecurity. And until we do that, we're only going to advance to a certain point. Pantries, speaking of dignity. The pantry system, I'm quickly becoming a big advocate for the pantry system because it's broken, you guys. Oh man, these guys are hard and they're underfunded. I work with at least, so with Food Rescue US, with the Boston site, I work with 27 food pantries and distribution centers, 27. So I see a fair range of models. But one thing that unites them, unfortunately, is lack of resources. Underfunded, understaffed, and they're often run by people who said, just raise their hand and said, hey, I'll help out. Okay, you help out. You're the director now. See ya. Like, and they're managing a highly perishable inventory, which anyone from the food service world can tell you is a very special piece to try to maintain. So, dignity, portability, and visibility, right? From our fantastic panel. Now, we take that and we synthesize it one more time and we distill it one more time. If I could say in one word, the thing I think all of us should take away from this, the thing that will truly drive this entire effort forward, is innovation. We need to innovate. It's critical. We cannot continue with the food pantries the way they are. We've proven over and over again that it's not going to scale. Not when we have fast food to contend with. Not when we have Hershey's Kisses cereal that we have to contend with. Right? We have to break that down. We have to do all things. The destigmatizing and the portability and the all of it comes down to innovation. Right? I've got some great ideas. Like, what if community fridges were different? What if community fridges were seamless and portable? innovate community refrigerator systems so that they were safe and they were ready to handle the $31 billion of prepared food that we're going to create this year. And the tons and tons of that often nutritious food that is going to go to waste if we don't innovate. What could food pantries look like? How could that look different? We need those entrepreneurial minds and those innovators in this space. So that's my spiel. Next, I leave it to you guys. I would love to take questions from the audience or thoughts or Charlie, you clearly rescued too much food. You lost your mind. Whatever it is that you want to say, let's hear it.
So we found in your phones. So you found in your slate there was no
knowing from no determination to the effect of people. So that is to say, maybe if I have a good body and if we both go to the same environment, the effect of the environment will be the same.
Right. So one of the things that is really interesting, like the SNAP world, that might sort of be your next step in this research is there's been a lot of paternalism on what people should be able to spend their SNAP benefits on. And people are very concerned that you're going to buy the prepared bad for you food.
But we know in research that that is not true. That's people on SNAP tend to make healthy options when it comes to food. And so I'm wondering if you could like sort of tease that out more in your research as potentially a next step, if that's a possibly like a feasibility of your work.
Yeah, I think that that's a great idea. For sure, we could do that because from the evidence, what we see is that if people go like a fraction of these fast food visits that are not done out of preference, more out of other alternatives. So it's a great idea. Thank you. Yeah, and maybe that could be something very good for pushing the SNAP program and other security programs. Thank you.
Hi, and thank you all so much for all those incredible presentations. My name is Alyssa. I'm a data analyst and part of the research team for Empath Boston. But I come from a working class family in the South. I have a history in the hospitality industry. I ended up in college, ended up in a master's program for economics. So I really love the way that you summated all of this, Charlie, into the single word of innovation, right? And so there's this underlying economic principle, right, is that innovation comes from the free market, right? Innovation comes from the private sector. But we also know that these solutions to hunger and to nutritional deprivation and food access and all of these things, they need to be sustainable. They need to be scalable. But food pantries are not, right? These private solutions, the in-kind transfers, like all of these things, those aren't sustainable. They aren't. So the things that need the place that those solutions need to come from is the government, right? Is scaling up SNAP access, is increasing funding for the SNAP nutritional education program, things like that. So my question to y'all is, what is the role of the public-private partnership within this space? And then beyond that, really drawn to the use of art, right, within this. And so I think a big challenge is obviously shifting this narrative. And it really stuck with me, the term of utilizing that sculpture as a tool for activation, right? How do we rehumanize the way that we talk about hunger, which is really the most basic of human needs? There's all of these things that we're fighting against, you know, the shame that comes with accepting benefits, this welfare queen narrative that has, you know, perpetuated itself and continues to do that. So how do we bring all of these things together? You know, what does that look like for us?
I'll start by pushing back a little bit and be like, I think business has stolen the innovation word. And like, I don't like that. Like, show me someone that does more with less than a community of people, right? Like, no, businesses don't do, that's innovation. Businesses don't do more with less. No, that's BS. You know what? Like, communities are where innovation happens. And like, if we tell that story, then like, imagine if they could do more with more, right? Just imagine the amount of things I've seen with $500. It's like, what? So I think that's a piece of like how we support things. And like this, art isn't something that magically appears, right? Especially in the way like Emily practices and the way I sort of assist with that. Like, it's something people do together, right? So the point is that like you get all these secondary effects from those processes, like network building, community building, knowledge sharing, infrastructure building. All these things happen when you do this type of work. So I think that that's part of the argument to say like, no, art isn't like, I don't want to argue that like things like this data sculpture, like the dissemination at the end of your project, like, no, it is the doing of the work. And that's why it's so important. And that's why we argue that it's so important, is because it is the doing itself, like the creation of that piece by bringing people together is the network building, the resource allocation, the community reinforcement, all those things. So I think that we need to sort of tell a different story there and highlight, as you talked about, and as Aaron talked about, highlight these stories of the stories of resilience and success that emerge, and use like the innovation language to talk about them. I think that would be sort of a really good cycle.
I have to jump in and piggyback on that and say, yes, yes, yes. Innovation does not always equal dollars. I'll be candid. Food Rescue US Boston has a full endowment of exactly $30. That's what I got, you guys. I'm working with, and we're innovating every day. I innovate every time I talk to a new agency or a new pantry or even a new person who says, I need to that's a community innovating because it's working to advance itself, right? Mutual aid is an incredible model for innovation. And I will also push back and say that innovation does not need dollars, but what it does need is it needs us to start leveraging technology, because open source technology can be instrumental in a lot of the solutions, right? Bernardo, I think, back me up on that. The data, start with data and apply the UI to that data in a way that's user-friendly and customer-centric, food eater-centric. Then we can start to innovate how this food gets out. And then policy.
Think if we could get the panelists in the front, that would be great. So welcome everyone, and thanks for having me. My name is Maria Belén Power, and I am the new Undersecretary of Environmental Justice and Equity for under Governor Healy. It's a new position, so I keep telling people to keep the expectations moderate, not like we're not going to solve everything in the first administration. But yeah, super excited to be here, especially with the panel here. So we have Patricia Fabian from Boston University. We have Francesca Makhlouf from Olin College. Kevin from Boston University School of Public Health. And do you want to?
Yes, I sure. My name is Emmanuel DeBarros from ACE, Alternative for Community Environment, and I'm the Director of Development and Community Engagement. And thank you for being here.
Awesome. So I think we're going to start the presentations. So there will be 3 presentations, and then we're going to ask some questions, and folks can feel free to raise their hand and ask questions as well. So I'm going to pass it to Patricia for the first present. No. Your slide is on the chat. You were first. Okay. I'm going to put this here if you want to hold it.
Sure. There we go. Okay, so sorry, first talk, and so still figuring stuff out, but good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. It's really nice to be here to start this conversation on the session, and really great panelists, and looking forward to talking with everybody. My name is Patricia Fabian. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Environmental Health, and I'm also associate director at the Institute for Global Sustainability at Boston University. And this project is a brand new project, so I really appreciate the opportunity to have a conversation of where we can go with this work. It's a project with Boston Public Schools. Would like to start with a land acknowledgement that Boston University sits on land that was land of the Wampanoag and the Massachusetts people. I always want to start with that. And then also to thank my amazing research team, a lot of whom are volunteers. Like I said, this is a brand new project we started in the fall. Have had like lots of students and people participate, and our funding has come from actually 2 seed grants, one from School of Public Health and one from Initiative on Cities, and I see Catherine Loss sitting there in the back. So we're all on the same page. Probably everybody in this room thinks about indoor air quality, but just in case you don't, why do we care about indoor air quality? So one is that we spend a lot of time indoors. You've probably heard, who's heard we spend 90% of our time indoors. Oof, I was hoping to see every single hand up, not up. Okay, we spend 90% of our time indoors. In schools, teachers and students spend 6 to 10 hours inside buildings. Indoor air pollutants can be up to 100 times higher than ambient. So we worry and we think and fund a lot of research in ambient air pollution. We don't actually worry, think, and fund too much research on indoors. And indoor is a combination of ambient plus all the things that we're generating through different activities. There's studies showing that indoor air quality, poor indoor air quality can impact things like attention, performance, school absences, illness, and it can accelerate building deterioration. So it impacts the students, the staff, the buildings that are for schools. And there's a lot of inequities around who is exposed to high elevated levels of poor indoor air quality. Anything from where schools are sited and the ambient pollution being higher just because of where the school is located. To the building conditions and how investments have been made either historically, certainly, hopefully everybody's heard about redlining and the disinvestment that has happened in neighborhoods around that, and schools are also part of that. So there's lots of opportunities to improve conditions for the spaces where people spend most of their time by focusing on indoor air. So COVID had us talking about indoor air quality. I think that we've been doing research on indoor air quality for 20 years, hard to get people's attention, but COVID did it, right? Like we worry about not just vaccination and physical distancing, but also wearing masks to reduce the amount of things that we put into the air. And then the space where I work around indoor air quality, which is things like ventilation and filtration, dilution, bringing in outside air, et cetera. So I was happy when we were talking about that, even if COVID is what made it happen. The other thing that I think has kept it in the news are things like gas stoves and how gas stoves also put pollutants into the air. I think the other thing that's really important right now is that we're at this unique point in time in history of the world where we're talking about indoor air quality and we're investing in it as well.
Maybe there's money to invest in buildings. So was it the White House in the fall? And there's this Clean Air in Buildings Challenge. So the federal government is saying clean air is important, buildings are important. We need to sign a pledge. So there's a pledge that the White House put out to have clean air in buildings. Schools are a big part of that. And actually Boston Public Schools was a big part of why that challenge was actually issued. There's billions of dollars in from administration to invest specifically in schools. And then here in the city of Boston, Mayor Wu has said, as part of the Green New Deal, right, investing for starters $2 billion in upgrading infrastructure. It doesn't say indoor air quality necessarily, but if you upgrade infrastructure for buildings, you have the opportunity to do it in a way that improves indoor air quality. And then now with the Inflation Reduction Act, there's also lots of funds coming down the pipeline. And the exciting thing about that is that now it has environmental justice and equity at the center. So it's funds that we can use to improve infrastructure, improve indoor air quality, but thinking about who is most impacted. So our project is with Boston Public Schools. And again, just to kind of set the stage, it's the oldest public school system in the US. I didn't know that when I started working, it just kind of makes me proud. It serves 46,000 students in around 119 buildings across the city of Boston, so all neighborhoods, obviously. Around 3/4 of the students are students of color. Around 3/4 are students that come from families that are classified as low income. And around half of them, their first language isn't English. The buildings are old. Half of them were built pre-1950 and 3/4 of them pre-1970. So there's a lot of sort of pride in the history of Boston. We're all proud that we can live in this old city, et cetera. But it also means that our buildings are old and schools in particular. This project started in the fall, and the reason it started was because of Catherine Walsh's team. So Catherine Walsh is the program director of sustainability, environment, and energy. Maybe mix those up for BPS. And she and her team are amazing. They said, we need to be measuring indoor air quality in schools. This predates any sort of work that I did with her team, and said, we need to get a sensor in each classroom. And so that's what they did. They got funding and they installed around 4,500 sensors in every classroom and every building. Not only did they install them, they said, let's make these data public so that people can be looking up what the concentrations are in schools. Hi. So I did want to point out that indoor air quality monitoring isn't the solution for maintaining schools and buildings. It's just a piece of it. And most schools, including BPS, use the EPA tools for schools, which is this multi-layered risk approach that says, need to monitor moisture, humidity, do observations, take measurements, look at indoor air quality. So I'm a scientist, I love data and I love sensors. So I was super excited to see the indoor air quality sensors. But just pointing out that that's not the sort of panacea for maintaining indoor air quality in good indoor environments. The sensors that BPS has out measure carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, PM 2.5, PM 10 relative humidity and temperature. And this is the first thing that we're doing with that. So again, we started in the fall. So we've been doing this for around a little bit over 6 months in terms of cleaning data. It's a lot of data. I don't know who works with sensors. A couple people. It's super exciting, right? When a new sensor comes out, now we can collect data every hour. Now we can do it every 10 minutes, every 1 minute, every 3 seconds, right? We can calculate data. That's then actually presents a challenge for what you do with it on the other end. And for schools whose mission is to educate students, not to have data scientists on the team to be cleaning and analyzing data, it's an opportunity, but it's also a challenge. So this is the first thing that we did is we said, okay, can we get the data? Can we get historic data? It's 1 minute raw data, and then can we make sense of it? So files and files, millions of data points, billions of data points. Storage is an issue. Where do you store it? Parallel processing, computing, when we need to do that because we've got so many files and so many processes that we're asking. So it was a really nice partnership sort of when we started working with Catherine of saying, we have all these capabilities, we can process data, we can store data, we can think about the analytics. And I think, and this is how our project started. So we've done a ton of algorithms, a ton of cleaning, protocols and processes that were in the process of publishing and sort of sharing because schools all over the world are putting sensors in their classrooms as well. And there's lots of cleaning to do. So this is an example of some data, and I should have said this in the beginning. This is a collaboration with BPS, and we need to share the data with the community, school community first. So I'm going to be showing data that's de-identified. It's not specific to any school, and it's not drawing conclusions specifically for Boston Public Schools because we should be talking to school community first before presenting at research conferences. So I'm going to talk about sort of all the tools and what we're doing, but there's nothing specific to any specific BPS school. Anyway, these are just examples of how the data come out, right? So one example would be pre-calibration and it's measuring these levels kind of at 0, and then after you calibrate, certain moves from above. You have to make decisions about whether you see the peak, is that a real peak, or did someone come and like hit the monitor? And you have to put in like all these cleaning algorithms for it. This is another example. So this is, for example, CO2 data for all the classrooms in one school. You can see that there's one curve that's really high. Does that mean there's lots of kids in a classroom, or does it mean that there's a problem with the sensor? Do you kind of bring that down to ask research questions?
I'm just yeah.
Go back over here. Sorry.
You can feel free to take it out on the stand
and look around. Okay, I'll stay over here. So there's uses for real-time air quality sensing data. I'll talk about that in a minute. What we're trying to do as research is say, how can we get a longitudinal data set where we can have consistency from when the data started getting collected kind of throughout the end of the school year, where we can feel confident that we've cleaned peaks. That could happen because someone comes up and goes like this into the monitor, which kids in school do. It happens. So then it spikes up to 10,000. What does that mean? Where we clean up the noise because there's variability in sensors. And think about putting out 5,000 sensors. If anybody has put that out, some of them are going to malfunction. Some of them are going to drift. Some of them aren't going to be, there's just like so many things that you need to clean up in order to say, we're going to do longitudinal analysis. We're going to ask research questions. We're going to link this to absence data or to health data. We're going to have some kind of evaluation metric that we need to, use for measuring intervention improvements. For those of you who are data driven, we then have kind of like all these flow charts of what needs to happen with the data. This is an example for CO2 specifically. So doing things like looking at the nighttime CO2 when it should be some in the order of 400 parts per million, which is the ambient, and then using that to sort of calibrate daytime values. Putting all these tags on there. Is it a school day? Is it a school hour? Is it a holiday? I'm trying to think of all the millions of time tags that we have in there. And this is one example, again, random data from no specific school of some of the tools that we are then developing with Catherine's team to say, okay, well, what kind of decisions do you need to make? And it could be, are there differences across the classrooms? Are there classrooms that have consistent problems over the school year? Does it change across seasons? Does it change across having an HVAC system or not? Things that are offline, so maybe. Great. Just sort of like, this is just like a quick visual, and then we kind of pull all the statistics numbers from there. But this essentially is for the school year from October 2021 to June 2022, which are the data that we have right now. So year one data. And then each row is a classroom. And so each little dot there, so each little color that you see is saying, okay, the percentage of time that the CO2 concentration was above 1,000 parts per million. We picked 1,000. That's a huge debate in the scientific community. What does 1,000 mean? What does it mean for infectious disease transmission? What does it mean for concentration, for cognition? So I'm going to say we picked 1,000 because that's an ASHRAE, a standard based on body odor, but you can sort of pick whichever number there. So I'm not making a statement about the health impacts of 1,000 because that's been a big debate in the scientific community. So anyway, like here you can take a look. So classrooms where the CO2 concentration was above 1,000 parts per million for 80 to 100% of the time. And you can kind of take a look and see which classrooms consistently have that type of problem. So then it can help you sort of identify where should you spend resources if you're going to go within a school. This is like within a school. You can come up with metrics, right? So in the school year, what percentage of time was the CO2 above 1,000, above 2,000, above 3,000? And then if you do an intervention, like upgrade the HVAC system or increase the outdoor air intake. You can then measure sort of before and after whether that's had an improvement or not. You can then use also these statistics to link it to health. So again, this is a brand new project. So I look to everyone's ideas and all the things that can be done with these data. But if you look at the studies that are out there of CO2 and say absences, it's like maximum CO2 measured in 2 days. So I think what these data give us is like really nicer metrics to evaluate interventions, to then look at what the impacts are for health. Adding sort of a second school to that. And this is an example of a school with an HVAC system and then a school without an HVAC system. Again, no specific schools and no specific conclusions on it yet. But then you can say, okay, so if you wanted to rank schools according to indoor air quality, you could use this to decide which schools to invest in first. So this goes back to how you can use the indoor air quality data for real-time decisions. The recent example is a Department of Energy grant that Catherine's team put in, and then there's a racial equity tool that the schools use to make decisions on where investments happen. So that's the first sort of criteria. What we're trying to do is say, well, then you can take indoor air quality data on top of that to then decide which schools to invest in first. The data are out there also in real time, and this hopefully anybody who's looked up the BPS data has looked at as well. And this is really useful as well, but in other ways. So again, as a researcher, for me, it's about getting longitudinal data sets that we can use to do other types of queries. But the real-time data are super useful as well. So this is real-time data, 15-minute rolling averages, and the sensors are getting fixed in real time. They're getting calibrated in real time. So longitudinal comparisons are maybe a little bit harder to make. But this is part of this newsletter that is going to get published in May, and I got permission to talk about it. It's kind of like, what is the utility of indoor air quality systems right now? If we have to wait until researchers get the data cleaned up to ask questions, that's not terribly useful. It's useful in other ways. But essentially have been able to apply for millions of dollars in grants to upgrade the ventilation systems in the schools. There's a lot of schools that have copied what Boston Public School has done and kind of installed lots of different sensors. You can in real time see whether there's examples of problems, right? So like classrooms that are peaking, and this is kind of in the operations, so not sort of speaking for BPS, but basically kind of listing the value of it and why so many schools are actually installing indoor air quality sensors. What else? Oh, things like bus idling. So it helps enforce policies like the bus idling policies or truck idling, looking at sort of particle peaks to look at whether the green cleaners are being used. I think after COVID, lots of people were doing lots of spray cleaning. So all the indoor air quality measurements kind of help sort of monitor that and then say, okay, these are the policies for using green cleaning materials. And then we have data to kind of show where that needs to be improved. What else can I say? Okay, so bottom line, I think the indoor air quality sensors in real time have a lot of use for fixing problems in real time, identifying peaks, applying for grants and demonstrating sort of need in schools, doing equitable investments where there's the racial equity tools, or the DOE we were talking about has a justice tool for prioritizing schools, but then actually using data to back that up. And then these are some examples of schools all over the world that are basically doing what Boston did. This is like in the UK, they're putting, the SAMI study's doing 1,000 schools. In Australia, in Denver, Montgomery County's putting out 10,000 sensors as well. And really, if you look at the data, it's 2022, 2023, and Boston did this in 2021. So really, like, everybody's kind of looking at Boston Public Schools to say, okay, what are you doing? How is it useful? And how can we also apply it to our communities? And then the conversation that I want to have with everybody today, that now that we have this really great data set that's longitudinal, we're now starting projects like the bus electrification. So BPS, for example, is starting to electrify their buses. I think the first 20 buses came in the last, I'm seeing an ad, in the last month. We can ask questions about the portable air cleaners that are in the classrooms and what those did to particulate matter concentrations, and then extrapolate out to what does that do to infectious disease transmission risk. We can ask things like white roofs. So if we're monitoring the temperature and some schools have white roofs, some of them don't, some of them have green space, some of them don't. So what kind of interventions can change the climate resilience of schools? We can look at heat days. So as the weather warms, we can then say, is there some criteria for declaring a hot day and canceling school in the same way that we have snow days? That's something that exists in, say, Phoenix and areas that have been traditionally hot, but not here. We're linking it to health and absences. So that's kind of going, moving forward. And again, sustainability, climate resilience questions. And so this summer, again, brand new project, really fun to share, like this is what we're planning on doing. And what I've thought of as community first as a researcher has been the school community sort of that needs the data, correct? This summer, what we're doing is saying, okay, now how do we involve the school? Let's expand the definition of school community. How do we get parents and students involved so that we have this data set? What kind of questions should we be asking? How do we center equity in the questions that we're asking? And this is, again, would welcome anybody's ideas. These are all projects that we're starting. The newsletter, we're starting this community group so that the newsletter speaks to questions that people have and hopefully data analyses that they need. And I think I'll stop there. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. I have my own computer because I don't trust anybody. Just gonna push this to the side. Oh, hopefully closing it didn't mess up anything. Thank you. Yeah. This is awesome. Thank you.
And then, yeah, just be there.
Yeah.
And
Test
then,
it,
yeah, just
yeah.
make sure you're speaking into the mic for the online viewers.
Okay.
So if you step away from the podium, just take the mic with you.
Okay, thank you. So hi, everybody. I'm Francesca again, and I'll present on behalf of our partners in ACE on our project Air Justice Roxbury. Our partners is a research group based out of Olin College, and basically we exist to support EJ communities in their work to breathe cleaner air. Our partners consist of me and Scott Hersey, who's in the room actually. But I will say that a lot of this work has been done by undergrad students at Olin through their capstone or through research. And there were too many of them to put on the slide, but this work wouldn't have been possible without them. Our partners started around 5 years ago, and it basically started with Scott and the students just showing up to EJ communities in Boston and having conversations with the communities about what questions do they have around their air pollution. So that's step 0. After that, we focused on East Boston, and we established a community-owned air monitoring network. That's the map on the slide. As you can see, there's a bunch of sensors around, especially the airport area. After that, we did some HEPA purifier pilot work to determine whether that's like a viable strategy to reduce exposure to air pollutants. And basically what this whole project looked like was Scott and the students and Evan Cross from QuantIQ taking 100 of car rides to East Boston and doing minor things like installing sensors, purifiers, and fixing problems, which quickly became really unsustainable. And then on top of that, 1.5 to 2 years passed, and while our partners who needed this data were waiting for results, and we were like aggressively crunching numbers and trying to figure it out, which eventually happened, but we had a lot of things that we learned from that project. So 2 of the main things that we learned, one is that our partners, we were supporting communities, but we were way too essential for it in a way that it wasn't sustainable or efficient. So there was this opportunity to shift from a community engaged to a community led model. And then the second learning was that we have demonstrated the potential for impact, but communities can't wait around for our results. So there was this opportunity to better define a pathway for impact and measure the actual impact that our data and technology is creating. And that's where ACE comes in. So ACE, or Alternatives for Community and the Environment, is an environmental justice nonprofit that centers neighborhoods and works to address systemic injustices in Roxbury. Our main partners at ACE are Dwayne Tyndall, who's the executive director, and actually Manny over here, who can help answer questions if you have any. ACE has been really historically really successful in mobilizing the community and advocating for change, especially around the issues of air pollution. One of the examples was the decommissioning of the BARI bus garage, which was filled to the brim with illegally idling buses that were spewing diesel emissions into their community and affecting really their community. Which happily has been, as you can see, decommissioned, and the land is being used for affordable housing. Another example is installation of the air bead monitoring system. That was the first and only air quality monitoring system in Roxbury. So that was a huge success. It was put up like 20 or so years ago, but it unfortunately has become insufficient because of its poor time and spatial resolution. So the data that comes out of it is not really exposure relevant. And also it has become inaccessible to the community. And that's where we come in. So 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, the BARI Foundation gave a grant to both ACE and our partners to continue the work on air pollution in Roxbury, which is where Air Justice Roxbury was created. We wanted to make sure to take the learnings that we had from East Boston and apply them to Roxbury. So two main focuses that we had was, one, equipping the community partners. So making sure that instead of our partners doing outside or work as outsiders in their community, equipping them to be able to do this on their own work. And then the second thing is the emphasis on the so what and what now of data. So basically, how do we really extract community value from the data and the technology that we're deploying? So the project started with this like 6 months of just talking to ACE and other community partners and stakeholders and designing this project together. And then that became into this 3-pillar strategy that I'm going to talk about. The first pillar is just like East Boston, is air quality monitoring. So basically establishing a network of sensors around the community to try to learn more about their air pollution and sources of air pollution. The second pillar is air pollution mitigation. So a short-term strategy for reducing pollutants that involves HEPA air purifiers, and also using data from that to quantify the effectiveness of purifiers and how good of a strategy that is. And then the third pillar, which is more like the long-term, so what, is the data to action pillar. So turning all the data that we're collecting from the monitoring network and from the HEPA purifiers and trying to use that to advocate for better air justice. So I'm going to go through each of these pillars and just really quickly describe the work that we did over the last year and a half. In air quality monitoring, I'm happy to say that we installed around 19 sensors in the community, which is the map that you can see on the slide. All of these sensors measure PM1, 2.5, and 10. 3 of those sensors around Nubian Station also measure gas phase pollutants. The picture in the middle is how the sensors look on the pole. That picture specifically is from Trotter Elementary School. It's a beautiful school, and we're really happy to engage with them. And that's just one of the examples, because each of these 19 sensors are in a place where we've engaged with someone in that place. So that's been really great, working with like residents and businesses and local organizations. And then the pictures on the left are, the top is the youth that work at ACE. They're called the Reapers, but not like the dead ones. And then the bottom left is a former employee at ACE and doing the first sensor installation near Nubian Station. And this is just to highlight to you guys like the importance of empowering the community and equipping them to do this work themselves. In the air pollution mitigation pillar, we have run 2 successful whole building pilots. So we have installed a total of 85 air purifiers, and there are more to come. And a total of 57 households have completed the entire pilot program, which involves collecting data before indoor and outdoor air quality data before and after, to make sure that we can quantify the effectiveness of the air purifiers and whether they actually are a good solution for reducing exposure. And then in the data to action pillar, which is like the more complicated long-term pillar, we started like wondering how can we use this data to really help support ACE and other partners and residents in their efforts, right? So we started with this web app that you can see on the top right, that just shows real-time data. Anybody with a phone can access this website through QR codes or links in our website. But ultimately, we're still hoping to achieve 2 main things. So the first one is to learn where the main sources of air pollution are, so that we can have targeted air pollution mitigation strategies. And then the second one is through proving that HEPA air purifiers are actually an effective solution, a short-term solution to reduce exposure to air pollutants, to get that legislative and that financial support that we need to deploy more air purifiers, more free air purifiers in the community of Roxbury. But luckily, through working with ACE and Manny, we have discovered, or not discovered, but we have learned that this data is creating impact right now, and ACE is actually being able to use it to drive value from it by bringing that data to meetings that they've been having with policymakers, with representatives, just public-facing meetings or policy hearings, and really just talk about how the air quality impacts their community, or the air pollution impacts their community. So these are some examples of the data products that we've already created. This is one of the biggest ones, which is the monthly reports. So basically each of those 19 sensors that you saw, we're able to like automatically produce a monthly report that just has a really quick summary of like, how is the air pollution over the last month. We worked with ACE to design these reports because they have graphs that they can easily understand, which is one of the most important like thing in this pillar of data to action, is like creating figures that people who don't have a background in data analysis can understand. Some of the other, somebody's clapped. Some of the other products that we've created is like already preliminary results on HEPA purifier efficacy, and then also trying to correlate air pollution to departure and arrivals of trains for like electrification efforts. And then after that, we're hoping to like wrap everything that we've learned, like successes and learnings, into like a playbook of sorts, so that we can develop scalable, replicable models that other community organizations can take and create positive air quality impact on their EJ communities. And that's all I had. So thank you. We want to invite you to a World Asthma Day next Tuesday that ACES and others are hosting in Union Station. But yeah, looking forward to talking to all.
I'll get out of the way, let you all deal with that. Is this here? Slides here. Sure, I'll move up there. Excellent. Thanks. I'll do the same thing. I'll increase the size and do the scroll down. Okay. So I'll just adjust that a little bit. Also, short speaker. So hi, everyone. My name is Kevin Lane, and I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Environmental Health at the Boston University School of Public Health. And I just want to first also thank Catherine Lusk for inviting me to share some of the work that our team has been doing on measuring and monitoring and trying to quantify air pollutant that's currently unregulated, ultrafine particles in different communities in close proximity to Logan Airport. And just at the beginning, I also want to say that this study is a collaboration across multiple different universities around here, Tufts University, as well as BUSPH. And the project is funded by FAA, so I always have to put in my disclaimer that says, these opinions that I'm saying and everything I'm showing you are those of myself, my researchers, and the research team. But speaking of the research team, I like to start off like Patricia and show the people that really did the work behind this. I'm just very fortunate to be able to be the principal investigator of the study here. And a lot of the work I'm going to be sharing with you is from doctoral students, and those being Sean Muller, as well as a former doctoral student, Chloe Chung. And I'm really excited that Catherine asked me to come because over the last 6 months, we've just been able to start publishing and releasing some of our data and findings overall. And it's really an exciting time, and the project is moving forward, and we're interested in also figuring out how we can start to transition, not just from monitoring and quantifying these exposures in communities, but thinking about health outcomes, other types of studies as well that we can work on in the community. And before we begin, I just also want to just set the stage, just because we're going to be talking about ultrafine particles. Has anybody familiar, just raise a hand, with understand ultrafine particles, heard about it before? I just want to check. Excellent. Actually, that's a really good number that we see sometimes when I say this. And Boston actually has one of the longest long-term studies of ultrafine particles and health as part of the Community Assessment of Freeway Exposure and Health study that was set up by Doug Riggi, John Durant, and a number of community groups, Ellen Reasoner, and Somerville Transportation Equity Partnership, Lydia Lowe back in the Chinatown Progressive Association. And in terms of building out information pathways for understanding ultrafine particles, they're a great resource. But what we've heard today in terms of some of the exposures, these pollutants that have been talked about, PM 2.5, carbon monoxide, and other nitrogen oxides have regulations. What we're talking about here are particles that are so small, they're into the nanometer range. So with PM 2.5 and 10, you can see here that they're quite small in comparison to a hairline. Ultrafine particles would be like, if I could hold a PM 2.5 particle in my fingers as a sugar cube, one piece of sugar on that is going to be the relative difference. Very, very small, which means they can get down deep into the lungs. But it also means you have to be in close proximity to get some of the high exposures. And a lot of that research has been done on roadways and more limited in air pollution. What makes this much more complicated to also regulate and get sort of action and understand, not just in the scientific community, but also in government and communities as well, is understand that we're not doing what is typically measured with particles, which is measuring a mass in terms of something. We can actually measure on a filter or with a really high intense sensor. What we're looking at here is with particle and number concentration. We actually count the number of particles that would pass through a piece of light in something called a condensation particle counter. And that's really dominated here. And it presents challenges when we're trying to think about regulations or how we might future monitor these so we can reduce exposures in communities as well. To start thinking beyond just the traditional mass measures and thinking about new ideas around particle number as a potential mechanism. And just to provide a little bit of background on why we want to monitor these in relation to health. You have to be really close proximity to these, typically within 500 meters or less. Some studies predominantly showing 250 meters in the highway area. Approximately 17% of the US lives within that distance zone of major sources that are coming from transportation, like roadways, airports, and railway lines as well. So it's not as pervasive of an exposure as PM 2.5, where it's a regional air pollutant. UFP, you really have to be in close proximity, but some of the studies are showing it's very difficult to get down the lungs and get out. It can pass into your circulatory system, causing inflammation, and also some studies showing going past the blood-brain barrier and depositing in the brain. Some of the studies that are actually showing impacts, and where the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Council that informs sort of EPA regulation in this has actually said that there's suggestive evidence for neurocognitive-based impacts, as opposed to traditionally seeing mortality impacts. This is where we usually drive standard creation. But the EPA currently, again, after the third, fourth assessment in a row, has said that consistently we don't have enough exposure monitoring and health studies to create and promulgate the passage of a new regulation for. Right now in the US, the only ultrafine particle standard is actually related to aviation. It just was passed in January. It's about emissions, the back of like the tailpipe. We think about catalytic converters. It's related to that. So the idea of moving this work forward, it still is in its infancy and needs a lot more effort. In terms of like cardiovascular health, which is where we think a lot about particle air pollution, it's fairly inconsistent. Some consistently predominantly positive relationships, but not that much with mortality studies, which have driven regulations, more with preclinical measures, in this case, like blood biomarkers, hypertension, blood pressure. Respiratory, we've seen a lot of mixed results overall. So if you're looking at asthma development, asthma hospitalizations, some relationships, but not a ton. And why I'm bringing that up is because it's related to our work as well as what other groups are doing outside of Boston, Los Angeles, and Seattle are some of the areas with ongoing long-term studies. One of the biggest challenges to really understand this and effectively building out data sets, as well as health studies and environmental justice analyses to help push this forward, is we don't have good long-term monitoring infrastructure. These are not monitored at DEP sites. They're not typically monitored at EPA monitoring sites. A lot of this is done through independent studies, and they turn on and off with funding in relation to them. So you got a lot of haphazard data collection that's been occurring that limits the ability to build these models, which is one way that EPA regulates aviation air pollution, and then also to understand what the health impacts of those are. We're just now, I'll show you right at the end, some of the models that we've started to just publish. One of the publications will be out May 15th in terms of trying to do that in this area. There is one study that has done a nationwide model for ultrafine particles, but for 1 year, 2017. So it's on the horizon, but you need precise measurements also to be able to do those health studies and environmental justice studies as well. When it comes to what we're talking about for ultrafine particles, they're really dominated by transportation. Roads and other transport, a large quantity of that being rails, as well as ports and aviation as well. So because of the overwhelming influence of roads and them being more easy to study, there's actually been a fair amount of research done in the Boston area, specifically the greater Boston, Somerville, Malden, from the CAFE study, and then also talk about some of the aviation work that's been done even before we started doing our stuff by Noachi Huda, as well as John Durant, our collaborators as well. If you're familiar, have heard of the CAFE study, we've been publishing over the last decade. Actually was fortunate enough to do my doctoral dissertation with this group and continue to work and publish with them, understanding exposures in our various communities around Boston to roadway-based, predominantly the major highways, and exposure to UFP, and seeing that within 250 meters, we are seeing elevated amounts of blood biomarkers. Other researchers like Laura Corlin showing that you get increases in blood, in blood pressure. But more recently, we've also, because those models exist to be able to do the health studies and provide that information, we've also been able to do some more limited, but also environmental justice studies around examining socio-demographic differences in exposures. With some of the contributors on this, like Christina Fuller, is on the EPA's Scientific Advisory Council. So we have a current opportunity here with the current Biden administration in their CASAC, which is the scientific advisors to the EPA, where people are working on UFP or interested in EJ and are trying to push that issue within that organization as well. When it comes to aviation, there's a lot more that's been in terms of limited amounts of trying to create models for this. And just in terms of trying to think about why we also want to focus on aviation is because, it involves aircrafts, which are very difficult to monitor, but they also have a different fuel composition than diesel as well. It can be more toxic per exposure piece, as well as we've seen that there's been social and economic benefits. And before COVID, it was the fastest growing transportation. So we would see year on year, Logan Airport, number of flights coming in and departing, increase in 4 or 5%. And even now, just coming out into this year, because we're tracking all that information, seeing that it's growing and starting to increase again in those numbers. That leads us to want to better understand the environmental and public health concerns as this number continues to grow, and identify what is ground-based or in-flight contributions, so we can identify what could be potential ways to help mitigate those, both within the aviation, but also externally working with different communities. In terms of what's already been done previously in Boston, Noachi Huda has done a great series of different studies with John Durant and showing that short-term measuring campaigns, 1 week or a couple months, can show that you have these high peak exposures under specific wind sectors, and when there's flights overhead, increasing the amount of ultrafine particles by an exponential increase, a large jump overall. But what's been missing from the field is really a long-term campaign to collect this data and start to quantify it out, so we can say this amount is potentially coming from planes that are arriving versus departing versus on the ground. And that's where our study really is coming in. We've launched the study in 2020, right when COVID was first hitting. We went into the field and still launched our study anyways. We have both stationary EV monitoring from vehicles, and then the past past 6 months to 9 months, we've started to investigate integration of drones as well in terms of collection in various different communities. And one of the reasons why we haven't moved to the sensor side is we've seen some of the other presentations, which is an excellent thing. We would love to move to sensors. The problem is the accuracy of the sensors for this type of pollutant is still quite variable. So the equipment is extremely expensive. It's big and bulky. You can see this top right corner. This piece of equipment weighs 75 pounds and is sort of a beast to work with. So that we're trying to mesh new technology, new opportunities into our study, and are always interested in finding more sensors. And we've been able to utilize this to examine different sides. So this is an example of the Chelsea site where we've been monitoring long-term, going back to the CAFE study, and examining how there was a significant decrease in ultrafine particles during the onset of the pandemic. And even 1 year later, when roads came back, we weren't seeing the same amount. Aviation was still approximately below 60% at that time, indicating that there's a nice source contribution. By having years of data, we're able to now start to build these models out to be able to show and start to begin thinking about the health studies, potential environmental justice studies. And more recently, this is showing the left side. This is the publication that's going to come out in just 2 weeks. It's currently available online already from Chloe Chung, but also being able to quantify in different communities all the way out to Milton, contributions from rival aircrafts. You can see in the bottom, slide on the left-hand side, and then use in machine learning regression to build models that are typically used in other pollutants for these health studies. So overall, there's a lot of complexity here, but there's great opportunity as well. While we're really challenged, I'll say it again, by the lack of modern infrastructure that would be necessary to be able to roll out regulations and maintain them. We have to be thinking uniquely about that in working with different groups and also within government to say, if we want to build a regulation, we also have to rethink our monitors structure as well to get closer to the main sources. And especially if we want to characterize aviation and airport as well. And we're continually producing these monitors. We're excited and hopefully be able to talk with other groups and partners here about different opportunities of what we could do with this work. So I'll turn it off. I'll turn it over to our moderator. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Those presentations were really amazing, and a lot of information and data for us to consider. I'm going to hand it to Emmanuel for the first question. And then if folks have questions, just feel free to raise your hand.
Yeah, this is just for a question for the open audience. I know we listened to a few panels here, so I would just say, I know there was one question that most of us are doing the same work in similar communities. So I'd just like to say, turn around to someone you probably don't know and talk about the work you're doing and how this data is important to you and what it could do in the future relating to policy work in the state, but also locally in the Boston.
Yeah, so we'll give folks 2 minutes to just turn to your neighbor. And what does this data mean to you?
Other microphones. How do we want to handle the audience?
To respond, you want to help me or?
Sure.
Or should I, one of us could also walk around, if people raise their hand and they want to share.
Okay.
I could walk around with one.
So you want to do it?
Yeah, I feel like too many microphones,
Okay.
right?
Do you?
Okay with you?
Yeah, that's okay. I just wonder if the panelists are gonna respond while you're walking around, and maybe I'll give them extra microphones and then you walk around.
That's a great
Okay.
idea. In case people want to ask. Just one more minute. What is the difference between all these? Okay. So I think we're gonna close out these this first round of conversations with your neighbors. And I'll hand it over to Emmanuel.
Yeah, so thank you everyone for participating in that. We both will go around to see if anyone wants to share out what y'all talk about with your neighbors. So anyone want to go first? What y'all try to
I can
shoot
go back
you
to you.
about?
So just sharing, what does this data mean to you? And yeah. You want to just say your name and maybe either organization or institution that you're affiliated with, and then just if you want to share something.
Sure. Hi, everyone. That was a nice conversation. I'm happy to have been a part of it. So my name is Mina. I am a sustainable fashion designer. And I thought it was interesting when Kevin was talking about the particle pollutions and the effects that it has on the community and the environment and the cardiovascular health and all that fun stuff. So sustainability is really important for environment because a lot of times people are just buying clothes, they're resorting to fast fashion and they're just buying clothes and throwing clothes away. And studies have shown that less than 1% of people are actually recycling clothes. So when these clothes are getting thrown away, they're going into the landfills and they're emitting greenhouse gases. They're warming up the earth. These clothes are made from harsh particles, pesticides, and we are breathing in this air. Our kids are breathing in this air, our plants, our animals. So I use fashion as a fun way of getting people inspired and involved in thrifting. How many people in here actually use thrifting as a first form? Oh, wow, that's awesome. I love to see that. So it's funny, I was in a room the other day and I asked, and there was only maybe 4 people who raised their hand. And I thought that was interesting. So that's my whole spiel, is just trying to see how I can get more involved and make an impact and bring more awareness to sustainability and how it can help out with climate change.
Thank you. Anyone
Thank you
else?
so much. Anyone else want to share what you conversations that you had with your neighbor? She can go and then Stacy. Perfect. What do you? Okay.
Okay, so my partner, Yasser, he lived in Mandela, near where I live on Northampton Street in Boston. And near us, there will be, some of you may know Boston Water and Sewer Commission has a headquarters on Harrison Avenue. They have 5 huge parking lots. It's land that was cleared by urban renewal and has been used for 50 years to store vehicles driving from elsewhere. And now the city is saying, this is a good place, eliminate this sea of asphalt and build housing. And so my hope is to find collaborators to advocate at the same time they're building housing, can they also put in open space and trees to improve the quality of life for people in the area? It is now, in terms of the tree equity score, which I'm not sure whether that includes the air quality or not, but that's certainly significant. The air quality is terrible being so close to the highway and the industry around that area. But in terms of tree equity, this little census block ranks 537th out of 550 in terms of tree equity. So we really need to do something. Looking for collaborators. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think Stacy had a.
Stacy.
Well, actually, just think about being a previous organizer in East Boston, is just having years ago, just not even having any kind of data to back up the kind of work that we are always just saying cumulative impact. I now work, Jerry and I, my name is Stacy Chacker. We work at Health Resources in Action, and we do a lot of work around environmental health and asthma. And we were funded to do a network with Yale University and Public Health Institute of Western Mass, building out their network for something called the Healthy Air Network. And we're about to fund 3 community-based organizations to have networks and have sensors for PM 2.2 and ozone to build out this network. And I just think like your presentations today, and we also work on school stuff and have talked to Patricia, but I just think like, you know, part of the funding from the Public Health Institute that they currently have and our funding doesn't really, I don't think it really supports the longitudinal draws and how much it costs to draw down data and then do those analysis. And so you're just really having me think about like, we will be providing real-time air quality monitoring data, which is important for people to be making individual decisions about what they do that day, but also for, you know, fighting for whatever you need in your community, but, you know, how to get the funding and the long-term support to do these longer-term studies that are really important for looking at health in the community, for fighting the bigger things.
Thank you. Thank you. And I would also like to thank Stacy for actually helping me connect with some of the partnerships in Central and Western Massachusetts. So there's a lot of work going on all around the state, but a lot of people, we always focus on our general area. So thank you, Steph. Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Well, I have a question and it could be for any of the, either of you to answer or all of you if you want to answer. And if folks want to raise their hand and make a comment about it, also feel free. But there's a lot to be said about community engagement and what does that really mean? Is the engagement actually affecting the outcome of either the research or the policy or the program that you're developing? So how do we, I guess, what's the difference, right, between engaging municipalities versus schools, institutions, community-based organizations, and how do you engage those different partners, and what is sort of the difference, right? You can go to a municipality and partner with city staff, who I see one from the city of Chelsea here. And that's different than partnering with community-based organizations. And so what's the difference and how do you, I guess the question is for you and not for you. So how do you partner with different entities or institutions, and how is that different from each other?
Okay, hi. Great question. And I think I've thought a lot about it, because when we talk about community engaged research, what does that mean, right? Are you engaging with residents of a neighborhood where you are doing research? Are you engaging with the policymakers and decision makers who may or may not live there, but are the ones who are making the decisions? And as researchers, to me, those are all different types of community engagement. How to engage with all of them? It means showing up to city meetings, showing up to the community organizations, to the family events, like in my case, for example, for the schools, the Green New Deal school design meetings that are about bringing in teachers and parents sort of to give opinions, to kind of listen to what people are worried about, listen to what the needs are. And I think, as opposed to, I'm a researcher, I can do cool things with data, and these are the cool questions I can ask. So I would say showing up, city events, community events, and then having conversations, answering emails, being willing to sort of engage in conversation, being willing to sort of generate data that's not just for your research, but it's kind of more useful in the near term. So I think I've sort of evolved to, there's 2 paths to research. There's the slow academic path, that's the answer the research question, publish the paper that takes months. And then there's what do people need now to make a decision, whether it's at a city level or at a community level. That's
Thank you.
I can add a couple of words more about what is the impact of community engagement on your research. I feel like it's really hard to forget, or it's really easy to forget, hard to remember, that the point of your research is not for you to publish, right? The point of your research is to impact the lives of the people that you're serving. And you can't serve those people if you don't give them a voice. It's like against the whole principle of serving the people. If you don't give them a voice, you don't empower them, you don't let them make decisions, and be equal partnerships in the research project that you're doing. Let them have a voice on what actually they want this project to be, what benefits to their community are they looking for. So I think a research project doesn't really have substance or value without the voice of the community in it. Yeah, my 2 cents. I don't know if you want to add anything.
I'll add something we were actually just talking about, which is sort of the higher level perception of this, and being a part of CVPR work and finding that my aviation work, I've actually been more limited in being able to do that given my funding streams. And it's sort of thinking on the change that was observed in NIH, CDC, on more acceptance of community-based participatory research not being an instantaneous thing, but actually a long path, starting also with the partnerships with environmental public health being led by people like Liam O'Fallon at NIH and NIEHS. And it took a long time for NIH to also understand that there's huge value in community partners and getting precise extra information, then seeing that research put into action through the ownership of the community, through the start of the process and coming through. And while I've been a part of that in other projects with Patricia and others, it's sort of one area that I'm hoping to build on myself. And I've been constantly trying to get FAA and other groups that are more resistant to this to think about that as an option, and trying to write new grants that would try to infuse that as well. But it is a limitation in our work, and I'm hoping coming here today, meeting new people, we can find ways. And also I do a lot of greenness. So what was your name again? I want to chat about tree equity. Carol, thank you. Yes. So just coming today, it's like I've helped communities advocate for tree equity as well. So even though it's not topical what we're doing right now, it's like being there, answering the call, being an expert scientist as well as one way that academics try to also help out.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you have a question, or do you want me? You can.
Oh, okay. So the other question would be like, with this data that we have, relating to schools, near transportation corridors and housing units, how are these data impactful for many EJ communities that are throughout the state, such as Roxbury, Springfield, and Lawrence, but also think of like Worcester and others all the way west too. So.
I'm trying to think about it in relation to this. I mean, we're thinking about EJ, and while we're here, focused a lot and hearing a lot about Greater Boston. And there is, the new EJ map, and it does have tie-ins with some of the things we're talking about in relation to air pollution as part of those scores. What I'm doing is not, in terms of ultrafine parts, it's not attached to the EJ score at all. And until it's regulated, it won't be. But in terms of a lot of what we're doing, it does have more applicability. There's a large quantity of municipal airports around the state. And while they might not have all the same, what we refer to as Jet 8 fuel, which is the stuff that those big liners do, there's actually smaller municipal airports around all of those other cities that use like regular jet fuel, which still has lead in it as well. So thinking about other sources, we don't have as much of that potentially compared to some of the municipal ones that are around as well. So there's things that we can learn from here to try to do that. And we're trying to get out there to measure and monitor the lead through filters in different communities that are exposed as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's like 2 ways to answer this question. Like the most direct impact that most people can see is like whatever policy change comes from this serves as a precedent to anywhere else, right? But the most indirect, at least for our project, the more indirect effect of this is the concept of developing a model that you can partner with a community organization as a researcher and go from what questions do you want
answer to answers and impact from those answers, right? So like hopefully using the data in Roxbury to be able to not only acquire the same kind of data in other communities, but also drive the same kind of impact, like you said, in other places around the state. So, I don't know.
Okay, so interesting again to think in the context of the project that I talked about. So for me, our first community partner is Boston Public Schools. And then there's community engagement around the schools, the population that school serves, or who goes to the schools, who lives around the schools, et cetera. So the utility of what we're doing, like both the data, one is sort of precedent, right? Boston Public Schools is representative of many urban schools with aging infrastructure, very diverse populations, lots of low-income students. And so just the fact that of doing research in Boston, it also has a lot of visibility, right? Everybody knows where Boston is, everybody knows about Boston Public Schools. So setting a precedent and an example for other schools around the state, around the country, around the world, that this is something useful. That's one thing. Lessons learned are also something shared. Now, this is a new project, so I had very few lessons learned other than what can you do with these data, and sort of have ideas of what we could do with that. But those transfer, right? So as there's a project, World Resources Institute is trying to electrify all school buses across the country. Okay, can we do something in Boston and learn something about exposure to students riding the bus, exposure for the communities where the buses are going through every morning, exposure to the kids sitting in the classrooms that are right next to the bus loop where there maybe is idling, and that all transfers, right, to any kind of school. Doesn't mean everybody has to monitor, maybe yes, maybe not. But there's lots and lots of things that are useful, and that's just an idea for a project. It's not like a real project yet, of things you can do.
Thank you.
I want to open it up to the audience if folks have any either specific questions for the panelist or just in general. So I see 1, 2, and then 3 in the back.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to all presenters for interesting studies. So my name is Niall. I'm a PhD student in Northeastern University. And I have a technical question, actually. So we are using low-cost monitors to measure this air quality. I have 2 questions, one for public health, public schools study. I see your data cleaning, and it's a big issue for low-cost monitors. For these cleanings and calibration, are you referencing any previous study, or is it an approach method you prepared? Also, Air Partners, I see it's also probably low-cost monitors. And are you reporting just raw data, or do you also go through a processing or calibration methodology?
Yeah, so good questions. So in terms of sort of cleaning and calibration, there's different things you have to do for each different pollutant, right? So CO is different from CO2, PM 2.5, et cetera. So some of it is, CO2 is an easy example because CO2 only comes from either outdoors or the fact that humans are in the classroom breathing. So if you're at night in a school and nobody is there, the concentration should be around 400 parts per million, give or take a little bit, but it's pretty constant. There isn't that much spatial variability. I don't know if Pam's still here, but so cleaning that data protocol, the saying like, okay, let's just look at nighttime values, make an adjustment for offset. That's something we're pretty comfortable doing. PM 2.5 is different. And there's some studies that Pat Kinney's group has done saying like purple airs, which is a lot of the sensors that people use outside. It means that you need a lot of purple airs to sort of calibrate the values. If you have enough sensors, if you just have 2, and then you're trying to say, well, which one is true, or even 3, or even 4, like, which is the true value? What is the variability? But if you have hundreds, there's power in numbers to try and get at what the true value is. And then you can kind of calibrate all the ones that are off by a little bit. So I think for each one, it's different, right? CO shouldn't be a ton. But anyway, and part of what we're trying to do is sort of package the algorithms, cleaning algorithms, calibration, et cetera, in ways that then other people can just grab them and use them. So we're going to post it on GitHub for anybody who's sort of programming. So that's one thing. And then your second question, sorry.
Like I asked, do you have any reference, or is the method you prepared that? Do you reference any previous studies for this cleaning algorithm, or just your own approach?
CO2, I don't have a reference. PM 2.5 for like the purple air, there's some papers. So if you send me an email, I can send them to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not really a data person, but I can try to answer this question and Scott can correct me if I'm wrong. So the benefit of using the quantic Q sensors, which most of you probably haven't heard about, it's first of all, it's a local startup. It's based in Somerville. And if you compare the price of them to Purple Air, they're really expensive. And the reason for that is because they do heavy calibration and heavy cleaning on the back end. So once we have the data, it's actually mostly final. And on top of that, the students from Olin have created a pipeline. They spend the first 6 months of the project creating an automatic pipeline that actually further cleans up the data and pushes out final data. So yeah, all the data, the report on the web app, and we report on those reports that ACE gets is final for sure.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. I think there was one here and then one in the back.
How's it going? My question is actually less for you all and more for people out here. I'm really curious about the words value and impact from these data. And something that the speakers talked about was this idea of pushing data out in real time for people to see. Like Patricia, you're talking about real-time data that you can see from classrooms and schools. But then there's this other end of the spectrum of you got to wait months and months to get insights that are peer reviewable and publishable, and there's kind of nothing in between. So curious about like what is actually valuable for communities, for people who are doing this work in communities, and wanted to punctuate that with some anecdotal of it. We've also done some in classroom monitoring, and my first experience with one of the air monitors in public schools was in an administrative office in Revere, and I'd never seen these before. I said, what's that on the wall? And she says, some air quality thing. We hate it. And I was like, tell me more. Why do you hate it? And she said, oh, well, kids walk up to it and they breathe on it. And then we get a call from parents whose kids are in the classroom saying, get my kid out of that classroom because the air quality is bad, or it's not ventilated and they're all going to get COVID. And so there's this unintended negative consequence of some real-time data. And I think we work under this assumption that like, oh man, if we push all the data out there and people can get it all the time, it's better, but it's not always. But we also can't have people waiting for a year or more to get any insights. So like, is there a middle ground where we can have some insights in a shorter time? And what does the value mean for what people want to actually achieve? So just curious what people think about that.
The mic is, coming.
Hi, I don't have the absolute answer, but I understand the issue and concern. I think one of the things, I'm Georgia Simpson. I'm the Regional Minority Health Analyst in the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Health, Region 1. So I work all of New England, and so happy to be here and to hear all of this information. But one of the things I think we learned is definitely community-based participatory research, as well as engaging community in the assessment and analysis of that information. How will it be interpreted? Because there were parents who could have probably said, this is what's going to happen when you put that, monitoring or whatever it is, remediation thing in the classroom, because it does trigger folks thinking, well, there's a problem. I didn't know about the problem. And so they're trying to fix a problem that I didn't know about. And then also, I think early on, and I've seen this in research, and we've definitely been trying to move more and more in the direction of, before you even begin developing the questions to be asked, have the community there at the table asking the questions. You might have an idea because, yeah, academia is privy to a whole lot of information, but who asked the question is critical. And then also, to the extent practicable, make certain you have a real good solution on the other side. It's almost like opening the Pandora's box and not providing an actual, tangible, meaningful solution.
Thank you. If anyone else wants to answer or sort of contribute to that question in the back, and then here. And then we have that last question over there.
I'll keep it quick. Scott, I love that story because it's funny. It almost says to me like there's a need. Sorry, if I haven't introduced myself to everybody, Dan O'Brien, here with the Boston Area Research Initiative. That story speaks to me of having to integrate with the community that you're serving, right? And the beginning of your story, the first thing I thought, and this comes from having young kids who are interested in these sorts of things, where it's like, what a brilliant thing to integrate into a classroom. You could teach them, you breathe out carbon dioxide. This thing measures carbon dioxide, you breathe on it, the numbers go up, right? Like there's a brilliant teachable thing there that could become part of the way the classroom interacts with this system that's also meant to support their public health, right? But that wasn't planned out. So then the kids are just using it as a toy and no one's being warned that, oh, you know, Johnny breathed on it again and the fire alarm went off or whatever, you know, whatever the system is. So I wonder, I think it's something that scientists were terrible at this and we were trying to get better, but like, how do we then sit down with the community with, you know, groups like you serve, Manny, and you've served for years, Maria, but then, and say like, how do we really integrate this in the way that this place interacts, whether it's a classroom or whether it's around a tea stop or whether it's the whole kind of community. But I just love that story because while it illustrates a problem, I think it also illustrates a set of solutions as well if we're creative and have those conversations in advance.
Thank you. I think there's another answer here and then that question in the back. First, I just want to say this is an amazing question. I have a public health background. I was actually students at BUSPH in environmental health. And I think about this question actually applies to so many public health issues. Like when we think of water quality, right? A big issue is, you know, doing the testing and finding out the true story of contamination in a water supply means it's going to necessitate some sort of funding to improve, right? And so there's this idea of knowing too much and then having to do something about it, which I think is kind of related to what you're asking. And there's this pressure of this idea, I think of like, what's the threshold, right? Like, how can we reduce the most amount of harm for a group of people, right? So we know that with water, there's like certain regulations related to a level, right? And just this process of the negotiation between, if we can identify a certain level that's very dangerous, we have to do something about it. And so like working from that sort of perspective of what are like the most important priorities in terms of our health and how it will affect the most amount of people and where can we take action based on what we're collecting. So that story around there are measurable like standards or like measurable levels that we're doing with air quality, with water, right? With also so many different levels. At what point can we say with like strong community backing, this is not an acceptable level, we need to do something. And that involves both the short term and the long term and coupling those together to sort of figure out what's the threshold here while continuing to build out. We're refining our ideas of actually, this isn't an acceptable level of lead in any water supply, right? But we at this point do have regulations, but we're digging deeper there to make sure we're really coupling what we're learning from the longer term research that we're learning, but still taking more actionable immediate steps in the interim with the information that we do have, that we've in consensus decided this is going to actually help a lot of people and protect health. I don't know if that makes sense, but. And I'm Jerry from Health Researchers in Action. Nice. Is this connected to the question? Yes. Okay, cool. So I think we're going to go back there and then we'll come to you. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Jonathan, him from the Museum of Science. And I'm actually bummed you got the microphone before me because I think I was going to ask the same question, but for you and for the presenters. Because, you know, I think what I loved about these presentations is the meaning that we can create from this sort of data accumulation. And that's what we try and do when it comes to science communication. How can we give these communities some sense of agency with this research that they can create positive action? And so I love that concept of sort of so what, now what with any of this data. But I'm wondering how you work with, when you're talking about a community-led project, how you balance this sort of need to, especially when we're dealing with these issues that will always have a degree of uncertainty, learning enough information that you can actually create action when you're trying to develop this relationship built ultimately on trust, where action does need to be taken at some point, and that action is going to validate certain perspectives, it's going to ignore others, or it's going to cut things off when that might cause problems.
Huh. Is this a question for me or are you just rhetorical?
Yeah, I can be the middleman and answer that question. Yeah, so as and at ACE, like the first thing you need to do is any new campaign, any new project that you're doing with community folks, before bringing in new people into that space, you need to bring trust into that space also. So not bringing a full crowd of new people, new information into that room, but you got to ease it slowly, and that's why a lot of campaigns takes time. You build relationships with academia, counselors, rep, but you also got to build those relationships with the community too. But in a lot of organization work, we look at community organizing as RPC. First, you got to build a relationship with the people all in that circle. Then you have the power, if it's through all the information you have, people power. You have power of supporting reps and counselors on your side. But with that power, you're able to make certain changes if it's a city ordinance policy, but also big changes with its state budget or a state bill. So it's mostly you got to ease it down with the projects really and make sure that people understand what's going on, have trust with each other at that circle and advisory group that you have. But mostly you're able to move more smoothly as everybody are along in that space and moving at a steady pace. And that's why a lot of projects are delayed, stopped because of trust in the community. So yeah. Yeah, so that's how I would sum it up, really.
I just want to add something because I agree with engaging the community as everybody is sort of defining it here, which are the people living in the neighborhoods or the kids going to the schools. It's not enough to say researchers make the data in ways that communities, by that definition, can use it. Because the solution isn't just for these two groups to have. So speaks to, I love the analogy Catherine had this morning with 5-legged stool. Let's start with a 3-legged stool, which is the people who have the power to make decisions, the policymakers, the community, and the researchers. Like if you start just with that, but if you don't have all three of them at the table, it's just a lot of work. And the example I could give is our Sea Heat project in Chelsea, which has been a fantastic collaboration with Green Roots. Maria Belén was part of that. But I think the reason it has moved so much, in addition to the fantastic staff at Green Roots, is the fact that we were sitting with the city of Chelsea. Like all three of us were sitting at the table, and as researchers, like, well, how do you need the data? What is it you need to answer? How quickly do you need it? The community was saying, no, this is the data that we should look at. This is what we need. And then the city was saying, okay, I have this MVP grant for however many thousands. Where do we paint roofs white? Where do we do green? Where do we plant trees? The city can do that. Can the city pay for the community to water? No, but then Green Roots went out and got that grant. So it took at least those three. So never mind a 5-legged stool. Let's try a 3-legged stool. But it has to be that way. It can't just be community and researchers. So just keeping that in mind.
Thank you.
So
we have one more question.
it was kind of a question and a comment for everyone. And I think it started from the analogy or the example of the school. And one of the things that, first of all, my name is Lina Maria Giraldo. I'm an assistant professor. I like to do data literacy. I like to think about data from a humanized perspective. And I think that's kind of a conversation that I'm trying to look into sitting here and what that means. Data is amazing. We produce data as we breathe, pretty much. And I think thinking about how we are bringing that knowledge and that data literacy to younger generations is what is the key, and that's where it will be empowered. So wondering for all of you who are working with this, how you are implementing this, how you are implementing to make that data available to everyone else, with the communities who usually don't own the data and don't have the capacity to tell their own stories.
Thank you. And I did want to share a couple sort of in my prior job at Green Roots. Just two quick examples came up of issues that involve environmental justice, public health, and what do we do right now so folks don't continue being exposed to pollutants. And so I won't say who, but there was a pile of asbestos dumped in Chelsea. It was left uncovered for over a year. Folks found out because of an investigative reporter. And now what do we do? Right? So there has to be tools to address that right now. It was next to a public housing development also. So what do you do now, right now, for the people that live in that public housing development? I mean, we could look at the impact of the study long-term, but right now there's asbestos right next to the public housing development. And then the second quick example is more recent. There were paint chips from the Tobin Bridge falling that were tested and have lead. And so, of course, we people were up in arms. Actually, I think I had left by then. So I got to figure out when I need to stop saying we. But anyways, folks in Chelsea were up in arms, of course. Not only have they been exposed to lead for years and years and years, but now there's lead paint chips falling in their neighborhoods, like in their backyards. And so one idea was, well, let's get every child tested under 6 years old. And then what do? And then there needs to be intervention in those homes. And maybe they're overcrowded homes. Maybe they're renting rooms to families. So it's just like a whole snowball effect of what do you do right now to address those public health concerns. And with that, I think we need to wrap it up. So thank you to the panel so much for your research and your work. And thank you all for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I think we're going to get started. We're using these microphones for the benefit of our online audience this morning. Thank you to everybody who made the trip and joined us here in person in this amazing space. We've got a great program this morning, 4 presentations. I think we're going to do each 10 to 15 minutes, no interruptions. We'll take quick questions at the end of each presentation, and then we'll move on to our discussion. We'll have lots more time to talk through these issues together. So I should introduce myself first. I'm Ben Foreman. I'm the research director at Mass Inc. I've done a lot of work on these issues, and especially a lot of work on how we get the data to explore these issues, and look forward to a chance to give you a quick advertisement on that at the end of our program. But without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Jenna. She's joined us from the Boston Police Department to share a great piece of research on 911 calls at Boston Public Schools.
That on? Great. I apologize for my voice. This is 2 weeks of a thing that just won't go away, but hopefully you can understand me. And if I'm speaking too fast, you just let me know. I am Jenna Savage. I'm the Deputy Director of the Office of Research and Development at the Boston Police Department. My co-authors on this paper are Melissa Morabito from UMass Lowell, Jen Green from BU, sitting right there, Whitney Walker from Boston Public Schools, and Jill Batal, who at the time was with Boston Public Schools. So what we're looking at is police response in schools. And I don't think it's hard to understand why we would be interested in this as a topic, but just to kind of name a few reasons why we are interested in it. Just kind of as an underlying factor, it could be a disruption. You've got students who want to feel that they're in a safe space to learn, and having the presence of possibly armed officers or even just uniformed officers in school can cause disruption to that environment. Obviously, we all know about the school to prison pipeline. The likelihood that if you get criminal justice involvement, that you'll have further criminal justice involvement later, and maybe less referral to the services that you need. And then, of course, there's racial inequities with that prison pipeline, and how these disciplinary actions possibly get handed out in disparate manners. And so these are all things to be concerned about. And so when we talk about police presence in schools, most research and most people tend to think about school resource officers, who are actively assigned in schools and on premises. And so school resource officers, but there was a trend following Sandy Hook and a lot of the initial mass shootings in schools, for there to be an increased presence of police in schools. And then now more recently with police reform, the trend is going the other way of trying to reduce the presence of police in schools. And what this is not tending to take into account is, while there might be a lot of disbanding of SRO programs, no one's really thinking about the other ways that police might be present on schools. And so just to give some background to this research partnership, they'll be fine. So I just happened to go back in to see when this whole thing started, and I found the email from Jen that started it all and figured I would share. But just got a cold call from Jen Green at BU in 2018, asking about, the schools had started wondering about this what's happening, and why are we calling 911? What's happening when police are coming to our schools when we call 911? And Jen had gotten my name. I'm not even sure how, but she asked to have a phone call, and that phone call turned into this incredible partnership that we've had, because I was like, I don't know. Let's look into this. Let's look at the data. And then of course I brought in Melissa Morabito, who I'd been working with closely for years. And so that turned into this research partnership that we have that involves the Boston Police, Boston Public Schools, Boston University, and UMass Lowell. And we've also been part of a youth mental health coalition that involves EMS and Boston Medical Center. So we've been looking at this stuff for years, and this is dating back again to 2018. So at that time in 2018, there were basically 3 ways in which police could end up being involved on a school premises. One was that we had what was then called our Boston School Police, which were essentially 75 officers who worked directly for the Boston Public Schools system. They got their powers through the BPD, through the Boston Police Department, but they were supervised by, hired by, and overseen by Boston Public Schools. And I believe they're unarmed, and they didn't have any arrest powers, but they were 75 officers who were, their sole purpose was to be in schools. In addition to that, there were 2 ways in which the Boston Police Department might respond to schools. One is that the Boston Police Department has what's called our School Police Unit, which is a specialized unit of about 15 officers. All they do is respond to schools. All they do is youth mental health and youth, they have a better training on youth brain development, youth mental health. They might have more pre-existing relationships with those students, with those schools, with those teachers. They're kind of the BPD's first line of defense when it comes to crises that are coming from schools. But of course, there's only 15 of them. And so then there's this third kind of catch-all where you might just get a BPD patrol officer, the person who just happens to be in that district, may or may not have any interest or extra training in youth, may not have any, any specialty training at all, but they might be the person who ends up going to that school and interacting with that student. So these research questions essentially came almost directly from Jen's email. Like, these were the initial questions that were put to us. How often are the schools calling police? What's the frequency? What's the distribution of these calls? What are the reasons for these calls? And they wanted to know, are there any differences between elementary schools and secondary schools? Really basic stuff that we had no idea what the answers were. It was just a huge black hole. And so the data for this was 911 call records. We looked at 4 school years from 2014 to 2018. There were at the time about 125 schools in the system. So we ended up using the 102 that had the same address for those 4 years, and also only included the schools that the address was the location for one school and one school only. There were a couple of places where one address was technically the location of 2 different schools. So we left those out, and we ended up having a sample of 102 schools. And over those 4 years, there were over 12,000 calls during, obviously only looking at school days when school was in session. And the range was anywhere from 0 calls in a year per school to 277 in a given year, with the median being 18 calls. Looking just at demographics and comparing elementary and secondary schools, mostly there's no significant differences here except for a couple. Not surprisingly, the secondary schools are bigger, significantly bigger. Also a higher percentage of Hispanic and Latinx students at secondary schools, and a higher percentage of English language learners. Everything else was pretty much the same across the board, across the 2 types of schools. In terms of frequency, nothing shocking here. Obviously, there were far more calls from secondary schools than from elementary schools every year. I think just taking 2017, 2018 school year as an example, I think there were about 970 calls from elementary schools and about 2,700 calls from secondary schools. And this wasn't just because secondary schools are bigger. We did look at, kind of control for size, and secondary schools were generating more calls beyond just the fact that they were bigger than elementary schools. In terms of the reasons for the calls, this might be a little bit confusing to look at, but these were the most common nature codes. And I'll get to nature codes in a second, but these are 911 calls for service data, and looking at the nature codes for the calls, Interestingly, and these are just listed in alphabetical order. Interestingly, aggravated assault calls were 66.5% of calls from both elementary schools and from secondary schools, although they were more frequent in secondary schools. And you can tell that by, there was one aggravated assault call per 65.7 students at the elementary school level, as opposed to one call per 56.9 students at the elementary school level. So the smaller that number in that first column, the more frequent they are per student. So then abandoned call, not surprisingly, was far more frequent in secondary schools because I think secondary school students are more likely to have cell phones. And so you're probably just getting a lot more calls generated from those schools, not a big thing. What we found the most interesting and what stood out the most for us was the EDP, which stands for emotionally disturbed persons. These are calls that are basically, their nature code is primarily related to mental health or behavioral health. And what we found surprisingly was that was a lot more frequent in elementary schools. It was 12.2% of calls from elementary schools, as opposed to only 5.8% of calls in secondary schools. And again, just to get that mouthful out there, it was one EDP call per 35 elementary students versus one EDP call for every 63 secondary student. So that was for us kind of and this is also just on top of the fact that our research partnership is almost solely focused on mental health. That happens to be what I focus on the most for sure. So this for us was a really interesting finding that we hadn't anticipated. And finally, just again, nothing exciting, but in terms of days of the week, these were actually statistically significant differences with elementary schools kind of having the most calls for service on Wednesdays, whereas secondary schools tend to have it most on Thursdays and second on Fridays. And so if you're looking at limited resources, as much as this is not hugely exciting finding, if you're having to kind of allocate, this might really help with the allocation of resources. So our key findings, again, we were actually pretty surprised at just the sheer number of 911 calls, having never looked at this and no one ever really had. Less surprising was the fact that there were so many more calls from secondary schools. That was not really very surprising. The mental health thing for us was what really stood out the most. Why are there more mental health calls coming from elementary school from secondary schools? Our thought about this is that, younger students have to go to school every day. And so if they're in crisis, if they're having a hard time, they're probably going to be in school when that breakdown hits. Secondary school students might be more likely to skip school that day, to stay home from school that day, to have the option to not be in school if they're feeling, like they have a crisis or something's going on. So that's just our thought as to why that might be. But it's super interesting for us. In terms of limitations, so far we haven't done anything to look at any school-based variables. Of course, we want to make, of course, we're going to look at the relationship between what resources a school has compared to its reliance on 911 and other things like that. And also what kind of programming they have. And also relying on 911 call data is a limitation in and of itself. This data is super straightforward. It literally just has like the time, the date, the nature code, and the address. That's pretty much it. The nature code is assigned by the call taker. So the call taker in our 911 call operations center, the call comes in, they ask questions, and based on their best judgment of what they think the primary reason for the call is what they assign as the nature code. The officer might show up and find there to be something completely different going on the ground, and the nature code typically doesn't get changed. And so it's all so subjective. So we've got a call taker doing their best guess as to what's going on. They're trying to inform the officers about what to expect. And there are notes going on in the background that they're kind of feeding information to officers, but we didn't access those notes for this research. So basically we're just going by a single nature code, and we're lacking all contextual variables. So we don't know who made the call, what precipitated the call, what was the outcome of the call, demographics of people involved, was it even a student involved or a teacher? We just don't know any of that from this particular data. I will say we also have collected incident level data, which is far more information rich. So when an officer, when there's an incident, an officer will take an incident report, includes a narrative section. And so we have taken all those narratives and redacted them. And we have been looking at patterns and trends where we can answer more of these contextual things. We just haven't necessarily presented on it yet or finished analyzing it yet. Thanks, Jen. But we're getting there. Future implications. Clearly, we do need to know our main interest here, like what spurred all this was the interest coming from the schools. What can we do to help schools do better for providing and meeting the needs of their students so they don't have to rely on 911. So that's, we want to look at those variables, and it's the data sharing. These are all challenges. We're kind of working towards doing all of that. Thankfully, we did start doing this in 2018. The data goes back to 2014, and that provides us with an opportunity to look at the impact of the police reform legislation that came out in 2021. As a part of that legislation, the school-based officers were disbanded. Those 75 officers are no longer there. As far as I know, Boston is the only district in the Commonwealth that has opted to not have school police officers. Oh, crap. Just gonna turn off So, what is the impact of that? Because, you might think you're reducing the presence of police in schools, but is it causing them to call 911 more often? And are these officers that are coming now less trained than you would have had with these officers who were already there? So this is something that no one's really thinking about. And also we can look at the impact of COVID. So we're clearly continuing to do this work. And the importance of our findings is not just local. This is a national issue. And just as an example, New York in the 2017-2018 school year had almost 10,000 calls to 911 from their schools, and about a third of them were for children in crisis. So this is not just a Boston-based issue. We're super excited to be looking at it, and we don't think anyone else really has. So that, I think, is my presentation.
Great, thank you, Jenna. We've got time for one or two quick questions if anybody had clarifications on the data or anything Jenna presented, or sure. Let me just give you the mic.
Sorry. Thank you for that. I'm curious about, do you understand the relationship between the calls and incidents? I don't even know how you track those, but could you explain a little bit more about that?
It is complicated. So you're asking about the difference between calls for service versus incident data. Calls for service are obviously based on every time someone calls 911. So something happens and you might get multiple people calling 911. And we tried to kind of condense it to like one call per incident when we were looking at this data. So there's a 911 call record for everything. It goes in our CAD system. It's our computer-aided dispatch. But not everything, once the officers get there, sometimes officers don't even get there. I mean, the reality is some of these things, EMS is dispatched, something is BPD, sometimes both. Who actually gets there on time, who gets there first? I mean, everything, reading through the ongoing progress of a call is fascinating because anything can happen. But let's say the BPD is called, BPD is dispatched, and let's say they do arrive, as opposed to like EMS getting there first and being like, we got this or whatever. Only do certain occasions arise to the level of being considered an incident that warrant an incident report being written. So if they show up and there's just a false alarm, there's probably no incident report for that. So having not gone through the academy training, I'm not exactly sure what that criteria is. But so for every incident report, there should be a call record. Well, even that's not necessarily true if it's a self-generated, if an officer comes upon something that happened in vivo, walking down the street, they see something happening, there would be no 911 call, but they would write a report. And so I want to say it's messy, but it's complicated. But yeah, so there certainly is not always an incident report written, but pretty much if there's anything significant going on or interesting, the officer knows. And and even that is very subjective as to how much information to include. A lot of the most important training that officers get is report writing. They use that when they're testifying. I mean, so many different things. And so that is a huge part of it, but I don't know if that answers. Okay. Yep.
You might have touched on this already, but I was wondering if you have looked at if there's a greater likelihood of calls to be coming in schools with different racial demographics, like if it's more likely that people are going to have their first instinct be to call in the police department in schools that are predominantly maybe Black, brown, or kind of like along those
lines. Yep. I would say that is 100% on our to-do list. So we so far have not looked at any school variables at all and their impact on our outcome. I am very much eager to do so. And so that is one of the things that we will be looking at for sure. Great question. Yep.
Okay, we'll hold the questions there to keep us on time. We'll have lots more opportunity to discuss after the 4 presentations. But next up is Alicia Lynch. She's going to talk about the trajectories of justice-involved youth.
Can everyone hear me? Hi. My name is Alicia Lynch. I'm really excited to be in this room presenting these data because it is shockingly hard to get your friends and family excited about the significance of 2 state agencies coming together and sharing data for the first time. So I'm going to be talking about a collaboration that John Zapp, who's in the back of the room, coordinated between DYS, the Department of Youth Services, that's the Massachusetts Juvenile Justice System, and the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education in Massachusetts. So I just want to quickly introduce the amazing team that worked on this project and made this all possible. So John Zapp, I'm just going to keep pointing to you, from Boston, the Sears Institute at Boston University, really brought DYS and DESI to the table and kind of made this all possible. I'm Alicia Lynch from Lynch Research. We provide statistical and methodological consulting for youth development research. So I was lucky enough to be brought along for this ride. You know, John and I have collaborated together over the past decade, and he always brings me in on the exciting projects. I'm going to dive right in. We have like a 40-page report that I had to condense into 10 minutes. So I'm going to do my best. So obviously we had data from two sources. We had data from DYS on youth demographic characteristics, and they also provided information about their experiences during commitment. So commitment refers to the time between when a youth is when they enter DYS and when they're actually discharged. So that's how they refer to that time period. We had all the youth who were discharged between 2015 and 2021. DESI provided us with education data, obviously related to graduation, dropout, high school equivalency attainment. They also provided data from the National Student Clearinghouse. If you're not familiar with that, that's where kind of all the post-secondary enrollment and course taking and completion data are housed. In our report, which I know everyone's going to scan to, we addressed 5 research questions. I'm going to really lightly touch on the findings from the report, but we really get into depth on all 5 of these questions in the report. So our sample, we ended up with about 1,500 DYS involved youth who were discharged between 2015 and 2021. We found that about 1,400 we were able to identify in the DESI data and able to include in these analyses. The DYS youth tend to be overwhelmingly male, so they were about 90% male. The racial and ethnic breakdown is not representative of youth, that we see across Massachusetts. So they were about 40% Hispanic, 30% white, 26% Black. We had about 14% English language learners, and about 2/3 had ever received special education services. So jumping right into what we found for our 5-year high school outcomes. So of the 1,400 youth that we had data available for, we found that within 5 years, about 26% actually earned a high school degree. So you compare that to rates statewide, which around 90% of youth tend to earn a degree within 5 years statewide. And we also found about 18% had earned a high school equivalency, and that's compared to, less than, I think, 4% statewide tend to take the high school equivalency path. 45% of our youth had dropped out of school officially, and 10% were still enrolled. Moving over to our post-secondary outcomes. We found that of the youth in our sample, 246 ever enrolled in college. So they had at least one record of enrollment. So that was about 16%. Of all of these youth, we found 12 who had actually successfully completed a post-secondary degree. At the time of the data that we had available, 35 were still enrolled. This wasn't exactly what we were expecting to find. We had all these plans for some, beautiful person-centered analyses about pathways to college completion, and you really can't do that with 12 youth. I wanted to highlight a couple of my favorite findings from the report, and I like to call them golden nuggets. We have other data nerds in the room. I always think of myself as like an old-timey gold miner when I'm looking through these vast amount of data. So I have my little pan, and you're sifting through all the sand, and then you come across these beautiful nuggets. So our strongest predictor of high school graduation was actually whether the youth was still involved with DYS at their expected graduation date. When John and I came across this, we were very nervous about what the message that this sends, because we don't want the message to be keep kids in lockup longer, right? But really, after kind of thinking through this more, talking with DYS and talking with DESI, I think what this says is that there are some supports happening in DYS that kids are not getting once they leave DYS that are helping promote their high school graduation. We also found that there was some significant variation in educational outcomes across DYS regions. So DYS breaks itself up into 5 different geographic service regions. And we found that there's different levels of graduation, there's different levels of equivalency attainment, different levels of dropout, depending on where the youth is in Massachusetts. And this wasn't related to any of the youth, like demographic or situational characteristics that at least that we could account for. So that's telling us, you know, there's seems to be some differences in services across the region that we need a little bit better alignment on. We also found that youth who enroll in DYS's YES program, so YES just stands for Youth Engaged in Services. It's a voluntary post-custodial program where they maintain a relationship with a social worker. They're provided educational, employment, housing support. These youth were more likely to graduate from high school as well. This is, you know, this is not a clean evaluation. These are, you know, a messy selective sample of youth, but it was a interesting finding supporting, you know, the continuation of this program. In terms of our post-secondary outcome, we found that almost 50% of the youth who ever enrolled in college only enrolled for 1 semester. So that raises questions like, you know, how can we support persistence towards degree among these youth when we're only enrolling for 1 semester? Like, what is happening so rapidly that discourages youth from continuing on? We were happy to see that high school graduates and equivalency earners were enrolling in post-secondary at about the same rate. That's not the case nationwide. High school degree earners are much more likely to enroll in college than students who are in equivalency. So we thought that was kind of a nice finding. We also found that among the 12 youth who graduated from college, 11 of them completed their post-sec straight through with no interruptions. And the student who did have an interruption just took off 1 semester. So that, you know, that's prompting us to ask, what are the supports that those youth had that allowed them to persist right through college and allowed them to persist through to that degree with no interruptions in enrollment? So I think what this project really highlights is the deep benefits that we see when 2 agencies come together and share data. You know, we have these beautiful nuggets of knowledge that both UIS and DESI can now, you know, lean into to start thinking about how to better support these youth. And it, you know, as nerdy as it sounds, they never knew the percent of youth who graduated from college. The DYS youth will leave their system and they don't know what happens to them. So now they have some concrete numbers to really put behind kind of like what they were observing anecdotally. We've also, you know, in the course of this collaboration, talked a lot about like, what are the supports that these agencies need to continue these types of collaborations? So, you know, there's problems with softwares and database. They all use different databases and different software. Some of them are ancient and clunky and difficult to work with. So just like surely asking someone for a data set is a lengthy process. And they also said it was helpful to have, you know, John come in as a third party who was unbiased and who they knew they could give their data to and trusting and know that that data wasn't going to be kind of audited or, you know, held against them in any way, that was very helpful. And then, you know, just getting people excited about the outcomes that we can generate when they bring their data together and some of generating some kind of mutual shared goals to improve outcomes for youth. I wanted to share one more slide that Ben actually, I had cut, but Ben said that he had liked. So, and I think this aligns with, you know, you're saying you first got an email from Jen in 2018, but just the length of time it takes to go through this process. So like conversations really began in earnest in June of 2020, you know, and it was over a year later that there was finally a contract, and then it's several months until the data actually get to you. So it was about 5 months from contract to receiving data. And if anyone who's ever worked with these data, the bear is managing them, merging them, cleaning them, and, you know, kind of whipping them into shape for analysis. So, you know, again, that's another 4-month process before we can even dive into the analyses. And then since September, we've been just trying to spread the word, you know, reporting to DYS and different groups within DESI and, you know, getting the word out about these research and the importance of data sharing.
Thank you, Alicia. Any quick questions for Alicia on her findings?
Yeah.
Were you able to make a difference with the data of the region? So for instance, the success of graduation for young people in Greater Boston versus like South Shore or the South Coast or Western Mass?
We could do it to the degree that they were assigned a region by DYS. So I know I didn't present the data here, but it is in the report. But for example, in the Boston region where they have in-house testing centers, high set testing centers, the high school equivalency rate is much higher. So that's, seemed to be a clear indicator that just that difference of having in-house testing helped more youth receive an equivalency degree. But if you look at the report, we dig into those different regional findings a little more. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Next up, we have Neve Chambers from Emerson. He's going to talk about narratives in gun violence. We're gonna switch the order up here and start with Danielle while we straighten out Neve's slides. So here we have Danielle Walker from Boston College, and she's going to share data on emerging adults and public safety. Oh, really? Oh, I thought these were all converted up there. Was Neve's issue the volume? Yeah, yeah. Okay, we all set? All set? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your patience here. Danielle.
So I'm Danielle Walker. I'm a PhD candidate at Boston College. I'm in actually the School of Nursing, but I do research. I collab and do research with the racism-based violence prevention, injury and prevention group with the School of Social Work at Boston College, and it's led by Dr. Robert Motley. And we'll be looking at the 21st century look at threats to personal safety in Massachusetts. And basically our data, we compared national data to data in Massachusetts, looking at homicides, suicides, police use of force, police use of non-lethal force, and emergency room visits. And our data we got mostly from Massachusetts Department of Public Health, mapping police violence, and also some data from Boston Police. And so we think of personal safety. So a personal safety is an individual's personal safety relies deeply on their absence of fear, actual threat of physical, psychological, or emotional harm from others, as in like death by homicide, or from self, death by suicide. Next. And so what is emerging adulthood? So emerging adulthood is a distinct period, life period. It's between adolescence and actual adulthood. And it was a term coined by a professor in Massachusetts, Jeffrey Arnett, looking at the ages of mainly 18 to 25, but we also expanded it to 29 because we found that people still don't have their lives together by 29. But this is a period of identity exploration, instability, self-focus, transition, and possibility. So even though it can be unstable, it's a lot of hope during this time as well. However, we do find that emergent adulthood is potentially a high-risk time for interpersonal and self-directed violence, and it can result in premature death. That's why we looked at this population. And so first, start with interpersonal violence. We'll start with homicides, and just looking at homicides in the United States of emerging adults. We find that homicide is the third leading cause of death for emerging adults 18 to 24. And we find that those who identify as Black and as male are more likely to be victims of homicide. And yeah, you can go to next. And then, we're having some technical difficulties. And so, yes, so when we do compare the data from Massachusetts, so this data is from the Department of Public Health. And when we looked at data from 2010 to 2014, and then again from 2015 to 2019, from 2010 to 2014, we found consistent with national data, those who identify as male and those who identify as Black are more likely to be victims of homicide. And during that year timeframe, there were a total of 378 homicides. And then we did some mapping just to kind of show a visual of it in Massachusetts. And we find that the three areas, so the darkest, I think it's like a purplish color, the darkest purplish color shows the 3 counties that have the most homicide rates. So we have Suffolk County, which obviously is Boston. We have Plymouth County, major city in there is Brockton, Mass. And then we have Hampden County, major city, Springfield, I think Massachusetts. And then we would look, next slide. And then we go to 2015 to 2019, consistent with national data, those who identify as Black and as male, more likely to be victims of homicide. We do see some changes in our map. Plymouth County no longer had the highest rates, but still Suffolk and Hampden County. And now we analyze police use of lethal force. So lethal force basically resulting in death in the United States. Next. And we found that data from the Washington Post, we found that 3 per 100,000 emergent adults were unarmed and killed by police between 2015 to 2022. And that was a higher rate than other ages, so younger, under 18, and also like over 45 or other adults. And then also Black emergent adult men were more likely to be victims of police lethal use of force in comparison to women and other races and ethnicities. Next. And then looking at our data from Massachusetts. So again, this was consistent with national data. We did find that those who identify as Black were more likely to be victims. And during the time period that I believe we looked at, 2013 to 2022, there were 22 total deaths from police use of lethal force. And then non-lethal force. So non-lethal force was really looking at police contacts and also being searched or being frisked. And so our data from the Bureau of Justice Statistics, looking at national data, found that those from ages 16 to 25 are more likely to have some type of police contact than those who are older, 26 and older. And then we also found that Black emergent adults self-reported that they were more likely to have like a searching or be stopped by police compared to 2.7% white and 2.7% Hispanic and 2.1% white. Next. And then looking at Massachusetts. Next. And so we found that those who identify as male and Black, so our Black males, have more likely to get have some type of contact with police. And we used a heat map to look. This is our data was it was analyzed Boston data, and it's from the Boston Police, and and we used a heat map to just look at only Boston. And what we found is in our heat map, this is actually a map of Boston, but we found basically this is like Roxbury, Dorchester area, and this is more of this is like downtown, like Longwood area, Mission Hill, and Beacon Hill were areas where people were more likely to be have some type of police contact or being stopped by police. Next. And for being frisked or search their person, so more likely male, and then also Black as well. Next. And so then we start with looking at self-directed violence. So self-directed violence, we start with suicide. You can go. Sorry. And so, yes, you can go to the next. Looking at national data. So our males are more likely to complete suicide, about 82%. And this data is from 2010 to 2014, and it's about 36,000 completed deaths during that, completed suicides during that time. Next. And looking at our comparison by race ethnicity, we did find from 2010 to 2014, we did find that 83% of those who completed suicide were white, 10% Black, and then 4.1% Asian. And I want to do a highlight just for the Asian, those who identify as Asian. We're going to compare that to Massachusetts because the rates are a little different in Massachusetts compared to national data. And then from 2015 to 2019, we had a slight increase in suicide. So about 6,000, increase in suicides, but the demographics kind of stayed the same. Men more likely to complete suicide. Next. And then again, the rates were pretty consistent as well from 2015 to 2019. Next. And then looking at Massachusetts. Yes, and so data pretty consistent. So those who identify as male and as identify as white are more likely to complete suicide from 2010 to 2014. This is the, I don't know if it's your left, shows the 2010 to 2014, and it was 551 completed suicides compared to 2015 to 2019, 599. And I'm sure many, if you follow youth mental health, that suicide rates are increasing as time goes on. Next. And then we did our nice little heat map, and it looks completely different than our homicide map. And so the areas that tend to be more affected by suicides, we looked at Barnstable County, which is kind of the Cape, Franklin County, and then in 2015, 2019, Berkshire County, all the way in Western Mass. And again, Barnstable County and Nantucket and Dukes were also more likely to have those who completed suicide. And we didn't look at national data for mechanism of suicides, but national data does report that firearms are the most likely cause of a suicide, whereas in Massachusetts, it's completely different. The #1 cause of suicide was hanging, followed by firearms. Next. And so then we looked at non-fatal drug overdoses in emerging adults. And so those ages 25 to 34 accounted for about 20% of overdoses. Females were more likely to have an ED visit for an overdose of any drug, but males were more likely to have an ED visit overall for opiate use overdoses. Next. And then Massachusetts, next. And so in Massachusetts, we find that males, which is slightly different. So males were more likely to have a ED visit for non-fatal overdose, and those who identify as white. And then the areas that were more impacted from, this is 2016 to 2019, were kind of the South, so Barnstable, Bristol, and Plymouth County had the most ED visits for non-fatal drug overdoses. Next. And then there's something that I have a slide I forgot to include, was we also looked at non-fatal injuries, and national data did show that Black emerging adults were more likely to have an ED visit for a non-fatal injury. The data in Massachusetts was actually completely different. It was those who identify as white males were more likely to have ED visits for non-fatal injuries. I've got that slide. But oh no, back. Yep. And then so basically our conclusions. So data from this report shows that violence, whether it's interpersonal or self-directed, is a major threat to personal safety for emerging adults in Massachusetts. And the reported disparities should inform and galvanize continued improvement from community-based violence prevention and intervention efforts for emerging adults. And then without these such efforts, we stand to lose generations of future leaders, contributors to society due to premature death and debilitating mental illness. Next. And thank you. And then next. And then this is our brief report. You can find it on our website, and there's a QR code. I probably can't scan it because it's probably too big, but yes, thank you.
Danielle, any questions for Danielle?
A quick question. Some of the race and gender and geographic differences in homicide and suicide are not surprising. But I'd like to see, and maybe you've done it, is the ratio of homicide to suicide by race, gender, and region. Have you looked at the ratio of the two?
We haven't looked at it, but it's possible.
Yeah.
I think with the data that we have, yeah.
Any other questions for Danielle?
Yes.
Community-based violence intervention that you're aware of that like that?
Well, so I mean, in the research, so we mainly do research. So right now we're actually we're trying to gather community partners in the community and kind of getting our research out there. So I mean, even though this is not new information, like the people who are in the community know these statistics already, but they just haven't been presented. And so we've been trying to partner with a lot of people in the community, going to meetings. The leader of the lab, Dr. Motley, has met with the mayor about some of this research and kind of working on some initiatives to kind of get out there to kind of really help. But I don't know if any.
This is just a question about like the term police use of legal force. I'm just wondering if like generally the assumption with that is that it's like warranted versus like if the language was changed to insinuate that it was more like a murder or a killing instead of police use of legal force. If there's like investigations always associated with that, or kind of what that looks like. I'm not sure if you know it. It's just kind of like a little discussion. I feel like that makes it seem like more legitimate.
Okay. Well, I don't think that, like, when we looked at the data, I think like it does say, like, we have like a little thing that has like all our definitions on it. And when we looked at police like use of lethal force, we defined it as police killings were coded as fatal if they included death by shooting, chokehold, baton, taser, or other means by an on or off duty officer. But we didn't really look at like the term, and we just used non-lethal as a, yeah. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Danielle. Next up, Neve. I think we've got your presentation working this time, I hope. Thank you.
Oh, so it should be, if you go on the presentation, it should be all like integrated.
Oh, then you're all set.
That's why I sent the link to
Got it.
then it
You're
should be
all set
okay.
then. Yep.
Hi, everyone. I'm Neve, and I'm part of the team at the Engagement Lab at Emerson College. And we house the initiative Transforming Narratives of Gun Violence. So we partner with the MGH Center for Gun Violence Prevention and the Lewis D. Brown Peace Institute. I'll introduce you the co-authors. We have Eric Gordon, who's director at the Engagement Lab. He's in the audience today. Rachel Gardner, the associate director at the lab as well. Clementina Sherry, who president and CEO of Lewis D. Brown. Dr. Peter Masiaco, which I always struggle to pronounce, is co-director of MGH Center of Gun Violence Prevention. And then I am a collaborative design student, a master's student at Emerson College. So the problem, I think we've kind of covered a lot of it, but Massachusetts as a state and Boston as a city both have some of the lowest gun death rates in the US and are often looked at as an example of gun control and prevention. But to kind of dismiss this problem just because of low statistics is to just ignore all those stories that are often told by individuals and communities, often those of color. And so 1% of current shootings in the United States are mass shootings, but they cover the media. So at the same time, we give these incidents all the media, and then firearm deaths in Massachusetts are mostly only white males in western regions of the state. So gun violence, homicides in Boston are often in Black and colored communities, and that's what dominates the news cycle. So narratives flattening communities to their lowest points. So a little bit about our initiative. We have kind of three main buckets that we work into. So we're hoping to interrupt the dominant narrative and restore urgency, dignity, and humanity. So first one, we run multidisciplinary studio courses, so working alongside community partners to understand roots and impacts of gun violence narratives. So we do this, we have journalism classes, documentary, we do performance, games, virtual reality. We also do a lot of participatory research. So a lot of that is with Maridina Rojas. She is a longtime community organizer, Real Talk for Change fellow, and is one of our partners within this. And then we also, this is where my thesis project lies, but we'll get into that in a minute. And then we have our collaborative leadership team. So not only is our leadership team of faculty, staff, and students at Emerson, we also have Mass General Hospital, Lewis D. Brown, Centre for Teen Empowerment, and some of the other organizations, and they all have a stake in these studios, so they all want to see positive outcomes too. So a little bit about the numbers. 29 community participants since December 2021, when this initiative fully launched, 70 students and 7 media objects, including 2 films, a game, and then Peace Play in Urban Settings, which is our virtual reality. I'm going to show you a quick 1-minute trailer of the film that we created. So that's just a taster of what some of the students do within the initiative. The full film is about 20 minutes, and then there's also Before the Bullets, which is a little 10-minute advocacy piece. The numbers, we've hosted 11 public screenings of this from Boston to New Orleans to Las Vegas, with over 780 views in person, 970 views online. So now we'll dive kind of into the thesis part. This is where I kind of come in. So this is a design research project aimed at amplifying the voices of those communities that are continuously ignored and disregarded. So we do this by hosting these conversations. We use these conversations to develop an audio portal, which is, I've lost my train of thought. So audio portal to advance partner narratives. So if that is, some partner narratives are for legislation change, some are for just media narrative change. So here we've got our research questions. How does media coverage of gun violence impact communities of color in Boston? And how might we make these data resources usable by the communities that are most impacted by the issue? So the methods of this research: 7 initial conversations, 56 participants, 5 key questions. Kind of the main questions that stick out to me. The first one, why did you say yes to this conversation? So they knew coming into this conversation, it was about the media narrative of gun violence. So we really wanted to ask them, we wanted to get why they're doing this, why are they in this advocacy work? And then also, how are these media representations true or untrue of your own experiences within your neighborhood? So we got these conversations, we recorded them with permission of the participants, we analysed, highlighted, coded, and then we went back and did second focus groups to get their permission to reshare. So as we got their permission, and then we also had very fruitful conversations next. I can go back. So I'm going to show you 2 highlights from the conversations we've had. These do have permission to share. They are, there's no names attached, but these are kind of some of the outcomes we got.
So it's not equitable. Bad news sad. And so for us, for me, that's like because this is where the media is going.
So you can kind of see here the passion that people are talking about. I've got one more to share with you.
Yeah, I think what resonated with me is just that there is this one main narrative that's very dominant about Dorchester and other neighborhoods like it. And it's just because of the way that the news and other like forms of media, how like that's the only thing people are seeing. They're not coming to our communities and looking at them firsthand and experiencing like the community that's there and everything else that's just not violence related.
So outcomes and next steps. The unbalanced reporting is just perpetuating this cycle of negative media stereotypes. And it's not showing the positives of the community, as they were saying at the keynote today. It's always the negatives, it's never the positives. So kind of one of our steps there. Next steps for the thesis project. We are at the completion of our design research phase, and we're using the current Real Talk for Change portal, which is on bottom right corner there, to start our design process. How are we going to make these accessible? And at the end of the day, we're doing this for our community partners. We are there to amplify their voices. It's not about what we want. It needs to be effective. It needs to be simple. It needs to be easy to use to amplify these voices. So if you'd like to find any more about the initiative, website's there, or you can email me directly.
Thank you, Neve. Any quick questions before we move to our discussant? Okay. Well, I mean, I think one of the best things about the format of this conversation is that we have a discussant or a provocateur. I think I like the more traditional term in this context, given the gravity of the issues we're talking about this morning. But as researchers, it's really important that we ground truth our work and really understand how it resonates and impacts the communities that are affected by it. So Emmanuel Tequili from Project Right in Grove Hall is with us this afternoon to give his thoughts on some of the things we've seen and heard.
Hey folks, how we doing? Good, good. All right. So provocateur, huh? That's what I'm called. All right. So a little bit about context of myself. I'm the co-director of an organization called Project Right. We are smack dab in Grove Hall. So where Dorchester and Roxbury meet, right on Seaver Street and Blue Hill Ave. That's where all those buildings, that's kind of where the young people that we serve. Grove Hall has the highest population of youth in the state of Massachusetts. Between the age of 0, a birth and 18, there's about 8,000 kids and families, but kids that live in that area. So we help provide services, we provide collaboration. Many of the organizations that you named, we're in relationship and connection with them, Teen Empowerment and the Around Peace Institute, as well as the city, the state. We partner with all the schools. So a couple of questions I would love to ask. And if you have a question, please, by all means, just put your hands up and we'll get to you. The question I'd like to ask everyone here is, what were the difficult points of the research? Like, what were the places where you were having, your head was knocking against the wall, you just can't, some questions that kept coming back to you that made it difficult? It could be a collaboration, or what were some of the hard things about that? And can we have these all at the same time, or? Okay, let's just pass those down. Yeah.
And I guess I can go first while you're handing out microphones. This particular research didn't really have anything too difficult with it, other than trying to think, Jen. I think what's ahead is going to be the more difficult stuff, as far as, I'm interested in the school level variables, data sharing across agencies. BPS is they hold their data very tightly.
Yes.
So trying to, that there's a city council hearing next week, I believe, on relationships between the BPD and BPS, and It's a very timely topic, and we have the data, we have the 911 call data, we have the incident data, but I think getting that trust to share, to get that information sharing across agencies and seeing what we see, I think that's going to be the most challenging thing moving forward. But so far, thankfully, this research has actually just been a pure joy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think for us, when we initially went into it, we wanted to kind of look at gender identity and sexual identity as it relates to homicides, suicides, and but the data just isn't there. I think that was a challenge for us because like we wanted to present on it, we wanted to, but just couldn't find the data. And so that was a big thing.
I think the biggest challenge that we were facing that came up quite often was the fact that there are youth behind each one of these data points, and we never interacted with these youth at any point, but each of those data points was a life, and trying to treat them in that way. And, I highlighted one of the findings that, worried us about the fact that youth who were kind of in custody longer kind of did better. And how do we tell that story in a way that's like productive rather than giving the narrative that we need to keep youth in custody longer. So I think that was one of the things that we kept grappling with at every point. Like, how do we really bring these data to life and best serve the youth behind them?
I guess I'll go next. Kind of following on from Alicia, I think, or Alicia, you guys, you all presented numbers, and we have the numbers, but we're telling the stories, and it's much more qualitative data rather than quantitative. So trying to find a way to effectively present this in a way that isn't just reducing it back down to statistics, because the statistics do inform you, but we, as you said, we're representing these people, these stories. It's the voices, it's not the numbers at the end of the day. So I think finding an effective way to do that for us in the research industry, but also the people who are consuming the media out in the world.
So what do you think any questions around what they said? Anyone? Yes.
What is the process that we have for partners and the research team, like for getting out of those confounding variables? I know it's not how long.
If we have a month, we were unfortunately just really limited in the variables that we had access to. So, I don't think we have the full story behind any of these youth. We had like some basic demographics, some situational characteristics, but there's a lot more that we'd love to have access to that, we're encouraging DYS to start collecting some data on. But yeah, I don't think we have their full story by any means.
What do you think your data means to the communities where the research was done? Both the communities, the local partners, the communities, or the municipalities that you dealt with? What do you think the data means to them? And I don't know if you've shared it with officials within those capacities.
I guess I'll just keep going first. That's a great question. We have published a little bit of this. I'm not sure how much of it actually gets to the communities that we haven't really. The schools are obviously involved. They're part of, I think the schools are getting the outcomes, but getting back to the actual communities, I think that they would be really surprised to see these numbers, and I don't think they have. And I do think the city council hearing and those kind of venues I think it's going to be very telling. And I think there's going to be a lot of information provided, for example, at that city council hearing. I think parents and families would be really interested to hear why that schools are calling the police so often, let alone reasons why. So I think it is important for that data to get there. And I'm hoping to provide data for exactly that kind of venue for the hearings and things like that to get the information out there. But I think they'd be very surprised by the data.
So for us, we are constantly meeting. So the people who are giving us the data, our community partners, we are constantly meeting with them. So we're kind of circulating it around. We're a real collaborative leadership team, which sounds like a buzzword, but we really are. And so we're constantly, it's in and out and in and out. And as soon as we have that permission to share the data, as soon as we do that second focus group, it goes back out. And the amount of community members that have said, oh, we want to hear other people's stories. We want to hear the guy that lives down the street that's not within this community, I want to hear his story. I want to hear that story. And we are working together and we're going to pull all these stories together. And the way that we're doing so in kind of a storytelling fashion rather than a statistic fashion, hopefully is going to give this kind of power of healing. I mean, with these people who have experienced gun violence, that healing narrative of being able to tell their story.
And I think for us, like, you know, we just reported the facts. And I think it wasn't surprising to people when we hear that those who are Black or male are more likely to die from homicide, and that those who are white or male are more likely to die by suicide. It's not surprising data, but it was more like it's never been done. It's never been presented like, what is the data in Massachusetts? And now that we have it in writing with the research, it's like, what are we going to do about this? We know that it's impacting our youth. What are we going to do about it now?
I think for us, we were hoping that, this partnership and actually go from UIS so that it's a little bit more like joint partnership and like go through their education so that it's not like, oh, you're down with UIS, now you're Debbie's responsibility, or vice versa. You're no longer in the public system with UIS, so that these you can have kind of a more continuous pipeline care.
So I know that some of your information for some of you, some is more recent, and somebody may have, your project may have come out, maybe the information maybe 2 weeks ago or a month ago or 6 months ago. Have there been any action steps moving forward? Have there been any action steps, and are there any planned action steps? I know that you talked about a hearing next week, but what are some of the things that you guys?
I think so far, no. And again, it's all very preliminary, but we do intend the whole outcome of this is to hopefully help inform resources for schools. And even since we did this research, schools also hired a lot more mental health clinicians, a lot more social workers. So there's already changes happening. But we do want to particularly look at what police reform has, the impact it's had on schools calling 911. So we are hoping to have an impact on resource allocation. Hopefully we will be able to continue having our school police unit. Hopefully we can beef them up, and getting support for that response. But I think the impact is going to be mostly on the schools, and of, the better prepared the schools are and the more equipped they are to handle students in-house, then the less they can rely on 911.
For us, as I mentioned, we have a student on our graduate research assistant on our team who's looking at different organizations within Boston, Massachusetts. Our primary research is looking at Black emergent adults 18 to 29. And so we're looking for organizations in Boston who work with Black emergent adults so we can find more community partners and to help work on interventions and ways to prevent violence within this population. And now we heard about Project Right. So
Yeah,
might be reaching out.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I can say quickly, I told you about the audio data portal. That's my next step in my thesis project, but I'm going to hand it over to Eric because I'm so deep in the thesis project now. I'm the next steps for the initiative as a whole.
Well, I don't know about the initiative as a whole, but I will say that this work is about narrative transformation, and so we're in the process of trying to understand how to measure that. Because we're looking to not only intervene with specific stories, but then sort of shift narratives more broadly, and that means behaviors of media outlets, but it also means internalized narratives that people have. So we're working on. So we're actually starting that research now. But I will say that I think what's powerful about stories, individual stories, and and I think we can sort of debate about whether or not we call that research. But what's powerful about those individual stories is that, that film Quiet Rooms, for example, we were just asked to film it to the city council. And so there is desire for those kinds of stories to spark the kinds of conversations that we hope to have. And that's part of our sort of overall theory of change when it comes to the narrative change that we want to see in the city.
One of the thoughts I just thought about is, as I was listening to yours in particular, was the narrative of the media constantly gives about neighborhoods and about either the victims or those who perpetrate the violence, and the language that they use, to describe the neighborhoods, and wondering how we can use this information and data to challenge our local media, starting with, to be able to have a different conversation, even use different language about how they describe the neighborhoods. I never hear when I'm listening to radio, it's TV, it's never, I always hear this, Roxbury, and then dot, 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 right? Roxbury, high crime, violence. It's never Roxbury, this great place where, artists live and creative minds are, and, great history of whatever the city and what they've given. So the question for me is how then can we just not take this to the community and the folks that are there, but even the folks that are reporting about the community, and hold them to a higher standard of conversation, how they represent the communities.
Yeah, one of our conversations, we had met with local journalists. So Dorchester Reporter, I think there was one in there from Boston Globe. There's 7 journalists overall. So we have started that on a small scale, and we are getting there. These journalists we have spoken to, they're already in the gun violence prevention advocacy field. So I think next steps, definitely reaching further out. These guys are already saying, no, we're going to report on the positive things in Roxbury and Dorchester and Mattapan. But at the end of the day, if it's not everyone, there's bad news sells. The bad news is going to come out on top. So if we can, I think our next steps, reach out to more journalists, get more conversations with these journalists that are contributing to the negative narratives.
I also have a journalistic studio that's running this semester that is specifically focused on local gun violence reporting, working with local news outlets and also families of homicide.
Okay. All right. So I noticed we talked about the barriers, and some of that is just the lack of collaboration or the data amongst different organizations, different state agencies. As you utilize this data, are there any suggestions that you may have as you move forward with the collaboration and with your partners around how to better assimilate data and work together?
I don't think that there's a easy, straightforward answer. But Ben and I were just talking right before this started, and just, he's worked with data like this, and just all the time it takes to like wrangle these data to get them into a usable form. Like, how can we, save the next organization who works with these data from that? How can we make like currently cleaned, ready to analyze data available more widely? I think that's one of the steps. And then, just generally, it's a bigger problem, I think, with data systems and non-compatible data systems across these different agencies. So, what are the things like at a state level we need to do to make it easier for these agencies to combine forces?
Just add, I think it's often easier to make headway if you can kind of find a champion among that other agency. And I'm not trying to say I'm the champion for the BPD, because that just sounds ridiculous, but it's been helpful having someone who is willing to take the time from the BPD end to redact all the data. And obviously we had grant funding for it, but the time it takes to clean and to make the data shareable is very time intensive. And so I think if we could identify a counterpart within BPS, maybe that would be a really helpful thing. And there's been a lot of staff turnover, but I think finding just that one person, it could be that simple as just find that one person who's willing to take the time to make the data more readily available and usable, and also signing data sharing agreements and all of that. But I think finding those people can be key as well.
Okay.
I want to take a few minutes to close with some of these data quality issues, but Emmanuel, if there's one last question you have before I do that.
Yes, come on.
Yeah. If you What are the questions, or what is a question that you're really curious to ask those community members related to their own definition of positive outcomes for prevention,
And maybe is John still here? Oh, he's abandoned me. He's abandoned me. Okay. I mean, I think part of the struggle with, which we couldn't quantify or ask them about is like, what happens when you're leaving DYS? What are those barriers that are, in the community, not only in your home life, but how the school is viewing you when you come back, when, they know where you've been and there's a stigma attached there. So, I think my main question is how can we bring the supports that they've had in DYS out into the community and make those lasting and make sure that they're consistent and that they have a committed team? Because really, I think that's what it would take to ensure that like that smooth transition out of DYS and back into the educational system. I know that doesn't fully answer. It was a great question.
Okay, Manuel, thank you so much for leading that response, and all of our excellent researchers for the great work they've done and shared with us today. I just want to close with an appeal for your help on some of these data quality issues that surfaced in our conversation. I lead a group called the Friends of Longitudinal Data Systems that is what we call external stakeholders, everybody but the agency folks. So we can get together and talk about amongst ourselves about how we get a hold of administrative data, how we improve administrative data systems, how we advocate for investments in these data and open access to them. We do invite agency folks to be part of these conversations, but we also set aside time to talk quietly amongst ourselves. So it's once a quarter, mostly on Zoom. Once a year, we do something in person. So if you're at all interested in this, please let me know. The group's about half academic researchers and about half folks who do policy advocacy like me. The policy advocacy folks spent the last year working on a piece of legislation called an act establishing education to career data centers. It's modeled off some legislation passed in California a few years back, and also some older statutes in Maryland, Kentucky, Washington State that require state agencies to dump all their data together so that it can be combined and made available for longitudinal analysis. So it would create one central hub to do this work. It would require that hub to build things like tools to query data if you're aggregating it. And so you don't need a longitudinal file. You just want to aggregate fields from all the various administrative data sets into one table. It would also build a secure data enclave so that researchers could get the data without having to have MIT-like security to handle the stuff that is individual level. It would require every agency to submit at least once per year to this centralized system. It would have a governing board so that all the decisions that are made are transparent. So we understand why agencies are or are not making data available to the public and how they're doing that in a secure way that protects privacy. And then lastly, it would create protocols for evaluating really important strategic initiatives, but also local research practice partnerships. So, this has come up. The city of Boston is interested in building a research-based partnership that looks a little bit like the University of Chicago Schools partnership. The city has a lot of great data, but it really needs to be infused with what the state collects. So this would require the state to engage when there's a local effort that wants to enrich their data. So I think we're going to have a hearing on this bill in July. We need as many people to come out and testify and talk about how this is important to move the state forward. I think our feeling is that Massachusetts probably has the best administrative data in the country. It probably has the best researchers in the world. And yet we are by no means on the leading edge of making this data available and getting the most insight from it that we can. So we think that this bill is really essential to changing that. We've got lots of groups that have endorsed it. It's kind of a weird cross-section of groups, the business community, the education policy and equity organizations, and then some of the university-based research institutes. If you're from an organization that would love to put we'd love to put your logo on this list. So please see me if that's a possibility. And then the last thing I wanted to talk about is back in 2018, when we were doing a lot of research at Mass Inc. on criminal justice reform, we helped write the provisions in the comprehensive law that the state passed that required criminal justice agencies to create longitudinal files and make them available through a public use data set. No questions asked, complete longitudinal record, de-identified. We think this is really important. It's much easier to do in criminal justice than it is in education because you don't get into the same levels of federal privacy law. This data has been working on implementing this law for the last 5 years. There's this group called the Justice Reinvestment Policy Oversight Board that's responsible for it. They meet once a quarter. There've been sort of ups and downs in this process. I can't say that I'm entirely satisfied with their commitment to implementation, but in recent years or months, they've gotten a lot better. And I think there is a lot of good work going on, and we're getting closer to having that sort of integrated system that follows people from arrest all the way through the criminal justice system and back to the community that would allow us to do incredible work. I think Florida has been working on something sort of similar to this, but I think there's no question that Massachusetts has the best statute and will, if we implement it faithfully, have the best data in the country. So again, this is something that's not going to happen and be sustained without people advocating for it and talking to legislators about how important this is to making our community safer. So I'd love to talk with anybody who's interested in either of these things and wants to help support and advocate for us realizing them. So that's my little commercial for you all. Appreciate all your time today. Happy to hang around, and I'm sure these folks are too, but we want to let you all enjoy your lunches as well. So thank you.